Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
My lady.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Nelly Siwe, please place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 15th of March, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Professor Pinar, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. May I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Morning, Professor Pinar.
Good morning.
Professor, yesterday at close of the hearing, we were dealing with the issue of information to be provided on discharge in the discharge report. Do you recall?
I do recall that very clearly, my lady.
Right. Now, you will agree that the discharges were in terms of the Mental Health Care Act, not so?
Yes, as well as the National Health Act.
Yes, but the prescripts regarding information to be provided is dealt with specifically in the Mental Health Care Act. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I want to again refer you to Section 16 of the Mental Health Care Act.
Section 16.
16, my lady, which reads, the head of a health establishment must, in a prescribed form, issue a discharge report to the user who was admitted for purposes of receiving care, treatment, and rehabilitation services. You are aware of that provision, aren't you?
I am aware.
Now, the question then arises, what is the prescribed form? And for that, we need to go to the relevant regulations. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
And we find that in the Government Gazette, number 24384 of 14 February 2000.
24384 of?
Of 14 February 2003, my lady.
Thank you.
Where in Chapter 4, under the heading Transfer and Discharge, Regulation 17 states the following. The heading is Discharge Report. And it says, the head of a health establishment must, in terms of Section 16 of the Act, issue a discharge report in the form of MHCA 03 to the user who was admitted for purposes of receiving care, treatment, and rehabilitation services. I assume you agree with that that is the provision.
I do agree with that.
And that now takes us to see what is in MHCA 03. And for that, I would request you to go to page 5949 on case lines.
I am on that page.
Just a second, let me quickly go there. Proceed, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Professor Pinar, you will see that this is the form MHCA 03 in respect of Samson and Hlapu, to which we referred yesterday. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall that.
And this form provides that the following information must be provided: the full name of the user, the ID number, if it is available, the date of birth or estimated age, the gender, where the user is discharged from, the date of discharge, and then provision is made for comments without any description or guidance as to what those comments should include. Do you agree?
I would agree.
And then there's provision for the initials and surname of the person who completes this form, his signature, his or her signature, and the date. Do you agree?
I would agree. I also just would know that well-trained health professional, especially covered by the Mental Health Act as a mental health care provider, would know what to put in the comments. I agree with that, Ryder.
Yes. Yes, and I assume, Professor, objectively speaking, the person who completes the form would be best placed to determine what information to provide. Not so?
It's not only the person who completes the form, my lady, is also what information, because this is about the patient and to safeguard the patient to get adequate care or acceptable care. So yes, the person might want to decide what to put there, but it should not compromise the holistic care of the patient.
Yes, Professor. The point is, the person who completes the form was, in all probability, involved with the treatment of the particular user, is a member of the institution, would have access to the records of that institution, and would thus be in the best position to determine what was appropriate to include and what not.
I concur, but the best position is guided for safe and adequate treatment for the patient for wherever the patient is going.
Continue, Mr. van Bergen. There's some, okay, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, there was, as you probably are aware, an amendment to the regulations in terms of the Mental Health Care Act, and the particular amendment I wish to refer to is in Government Gazette 40515. 515, my lady, dated 23 December 2016. Now, Professor, the importance of that date is, and you may or may not be aware of it, but the transfers from Life Esidimeni were completed by 30 June 2016. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. That is information for me. I would not know when it was completed.
So, but except that that is the date on which it was completed.
They
Okay,
were completed.
I accept it.
Just a second. They were completed when? In June?
30 June 2016, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
That was when the last users were transferred from a Life Esidimeni facility, which means, Professor, that the amendment in December 2016 was after the fact. You would agree?
It is after the fact, yes.
Yes. Now, what is interesting about that amendment is in Regulation 9, it amends Regulation 17 of the regulations by substituting the regulation the Regulation 17 as placed on record by me earlier, with the following. The head of a health establishment must, in terms of Section 16, 31, 3A, 34, 5A, 48, 4A, and 56A.
Okay, just. There is some funny sound. Okay, continue.
Of the Act, issue a discharge report by way of Form MHCA 03 of the
I'm going
Annex.
to request you just a second to repeat to where you started with the words the Regulation 9 amends Regulation 17.
I'll do so, lady. Regulation 9 amends Regulation 17 of the General Regulations by substituting the regulation that I read into the record earlier with the following. And I quote, the head of a health establishment must, in terms of sections 16, 31, bracket 3, close bracket, bracket A, close bracket, comma, 34, bracket 5, close bracket, bracket A, close bracket, comma, 48, bracket 4, close bracket, bracket A, close bracket, and 56, bracket A, close bracket of the Act, issue a discharge report by way of Form MHCA 03 of the annexure, unquote. Now, Professor, it is immediately evident that the big change here is the incorporation of a number of other provisions than only Section 16. Would you agree?
I agree with that.
Now, if one then goes to Form MHCA 03 in the Government Gazette 40515 of 23 December 2016, it differs from the previous MHCA 03. It makes provision for the first, shall we call it, identification information.
My lady.
Yes, Mr. Late.
My apologies for my learned friend to break in at this time. The lesson in statutory law is very interesting, but all that the witness testified regarding the discharge report was that the receiving entity could not provide good care because they did not have the history, because they did not get the all the records or proper records. What is the purpose of this lesson in statutory law that we get now? Because that's the only evidence, relevance of this evidence is the NGOs couldn't properly care for these people because they did not have sufficient information regarding the previous care of the mental health care users, and that is the short and the length of his evidence regarding this.
Just stop there. Can we ask the witness just to step aside as he did yesterday, as we discussed?
Okay.
This? Thank you.
Okay, I will do.
All right. Continue.
But whatever his response to the lesson of Mr. Van Bergen will be, is not going to assist this court in taking a decision what the situation was regarding the patients at the NGOs and why they couldn't properly care for them.
Okay. Mr. Van Bergen?
Whatever Professor
Pienaar.
Pienaar's knowledge of the law is, it doesn't assist this court at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, firstly, I disagree with my learned friend that Professor Pienaar's evidence was that the NGOs could not properly care for the users because they didn't have sufficient information. What he said was that he would have desired more information to ensure that they would be properly cared for. I do not recall his evidence being that they had not been properly cared for due to an absence of information. That's the first point. The second point, my lady, this isn't an arcane lesson on statutory interpretation. I'm getting to a change that was made in the applicable form, MHCA 03, which is directly relevant to the point that Professor Pienaar makes, namely that there should be information about, as he said yesterday, nursing care and psychosocial information. And I can say, indicate at this stage, my lady, the change in the form is that in addition to the background information, the form in its amended format requires the following information: diagnosis on discharge, and then planned further care, treatment, and rehabilitation. That was not previously required in the form. And it is important, my lady, because it indicates that there was a change in approach after the discharges had already been effected. And it is therefore relevant, my lady, because it goes to the core of Professor Pienaar's evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Late.
My lady, that's just a manner of speaking. He said he would have expected, or the care would have been better if there was more knowledge or more information available to the NGOs. But that is now water under the bridge. Whatever the changes came after Life Esidimeni, it doesn't concern this court. At the stage when these people were transferred to the NGOs, at that stage, he thought, that's the evidence of Professor Pienaar. He thinks that if they had more information, they could have received better care. And that is a shortened length of his evidence. Whatever changes came after that, it doesn't concern this court.
Okay.
Because this court must make a decision on what happened at the transfer.
I hear you, Mr. Pienaar. Let us leave Mr. Van Bergen to finish this point, because I think it was left for far too long. I mean, he's just about to wrap it up. Let's just leave him to finish it. Thank you. Can we call the witness back? Are you assisting us, Mr. Pienaar? Mr. Late?
My lady, Advocate Late is phoning the witness.
Okay, thank you. I think you forgot to put your hand down, Mr. Late. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Professor Pienaar, we were dealing with the amended form MHCA 03. And in addition to the background information, identity of the user and so forth, what the new form requires is the following: the diagnosis on discharge and planned further care, treatment and rehabilitation. Are you aware of that change?
I am aware of that change, but I really would like to say that the form that I have received is the form in front of us, and I appreciate the communication of the amendment of the forms and where it might lead, but this current form was the form in front of me. And I would still sustain in whatever matter that what I have seen, the patient has a dual diagnosis, which is a mental health and a physical diagnosis. All information on this form focused on the progress and the preempting of the physical diagnosis if you scroll further. But the mental health issue, whether it's schizophrenia or intellectual disability, was not touched on this report. Now that makes it very difficult when a mental health care user has a dual diagnosis to manage the person further if one part of the diagnosis is touched, which is the diabetes mellitus, and the other part, which focus specifically aligned with the Mental Health Act on further information, is not. And there is elaborate information on the physical part. And that's what I said yesterday, that when you scroll down the form, you see the physical management of the patient, but in dual diagnosis, the mental health care challenges of the patient is mentioned, but is not elaborated on.
Professor, the crux of the matter is the Act and the regulations in terms of the Act prescribes what information to provide. The form at the time of discharge made only provision for comments without defining what those comments should be. That was changed subsequently to specifically include the issues that you appear to concentrate on, namely planned further care, treatment and rehabilitation. That is an important distinction as to the approach to the document at the time of discharge.
I concur with all the information, my lady. However, the person that completed the form has completed, irrespective of what the comments ask, has completed elaborately on the physical care, but the mental health care aspects were neglected. So when a person has a dual diagnosis, and I concur with the changes that I was educated about, I fully concur with that. My point in that is that if you dealing with someone with a dual diagnosis and specifically having also a mental health care aspect, you look at both diagnoses, which is both quoted on the form, and then the physical health is elaborated and the dealing with that. And I concur, my lady, that it is the prerogative of the person what they put there, but I would like to moderate that. That is about the patient, it's about the care of the mental health care user and the safeguard and holistic care in especially this case, a dual diagnosis that would have been important in the reporting. So I'm not in dispute in what is said. What I said is that, yes, the form is changed, but the comments in the old form elaborate on physical only. and not on mental health care challenges. The dual diagnosis is written, but only the one part of diabetes mellitus is elaborated. So that could bring a challenge for the person receiving the person. And as I stated yesterday, when you deal with intellectual disability, you don't only deal with a biological age, you deal with a chronological age also. And I have not seen the full current assessment, and especially on this form that say that this is the chronological age, this is the learning fallouts, this is the adaptive functioning fallouts. The physical I've seen very clearly, and those kind of things. So in this dual diagnosis, my lady, what we do on the one side, we should do on the other side too, in order to give an opportunity to the receiving end to give holistic and appropriate care to the mental health care user.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, Mr. Van Berg.
Thank you, Professor. The issue here is it's a matter of opinion. You are of the opinion that only one aspect was addressed, whereas another should have been addressed. The practitioner who completed the form felt otherwise. So it's ultimately a matter of opinion and the facts that were available, not so.
I would not concur with that. It's a matter of keeping the importance of holistic care and safeguarding the care that the patient receives. All of us in the health professions are trained to look at healthcare users in totality. So if I only look at one part, I have half cared for the person. Or if I only advocate for the one part, what should be done, I have in my handing over only divulged half of it. So it is a professional opinion and not just a light opinion in the advocacy of the mental health care user, not even the people who received. As I said, both parties have an obligation. If I would like to the healthcare user to receive adequate care, I would preempt my colleagues, which I hand over the healthcare user.
Yes, Professor, I won't debate it any further. Ultimately, it is a matter of opinion. You have one opinion, the practitioner who completed it had a different opinion. Not so.
I think the witness has answered. Can we move, Mr. Van Bergen?
Now, Professor, your insistence that one should address all relevant aspects finds application in the next point that I wish to address, and that is the issue of septic bed sores. You testified yesterday that bed sores can become septic, where firstly skin is broken and bacteria enters, and then secondly also where care was neglected and bed sores were not attended to, specifically by not keeping them clean and dry. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, I do.
Those are not the only two possibilities where bed sores can become septic. Isn't that so, Professor?
I did narrate in other possibilities. I said the feeding status of the healthcare user, the mobility of the healthcare user, and whether the healthcare user can care for themselves or not.
Yes, Professor, that was mentioned in the context of whether the user was neglected or not. So that goes to the second proposition that you made, how bed sores can become septic. But there is another possibility, Professor, namely that bed sores, or any wound for that matter, can become septic despite all due necessary care, because that is just inherent in medicine. It is not an exact science. And even though one treats correctly and takes all necessary precautions, things can still go wrong. A wound or a bed sore can still become infected. Isn't that so?
I would accept what you are saying, but one could also say that we all have the potential to be mentally ill, irrespective of what is done. And I've stated that in a caring and the level of care a person might receive. So I would concur with you if one would like to totalize health and illness. We all have the potential to then have anything. Yes. So in that light, I would concur with you.
Let's keep it to the subject matter, and that is bed sores. It doesn't only become septic if the skin is broken and bacteria enters, or where the user is neglected. A bed sore can develop despite all due care, and it can become septic despite all due care. Isn't that so?
You know, in my experience, and you might label it again as a matter of opinion, is when all precautions or care is given, the probability of a bed sore developing is less than when negligence of care happen. Negligence increases the probability of a bed sore. So in my opinion, I would advance that. But I would agree with your opinion in that fashion. Yes. For yourself. But as a health professional, experienced health professional, the probabilities either go up or down with regards to quality care or not. Yes. I would not like to take a totalitarian approach on the bed sores.
Yes. Professor, you may be aware of studies that have been done in this regard, and where what you propose, namely that proper comprehensive care does reduce the incidence rates of bed sores, but it does not eliminate it completely.
I would concur with you. I would fully concur with you on that.
Thank you. Professor, if we can then turn to another aspect, and that forms the basis of a number of the instances in which you expressed the view that there was a lack of care of some users, and that is your reliance on the statement that what is not recorded was not done. Do you recall that?
Yes, I'm very...
And you'll agree that that mantra forms the basis of the majority of your conclusions that care had been deficient.
It's not only that, it's not only the only foundation. I looked at a plethora of issues before I say that this is not done, and I have substantiated on that.
Yes. When you were asked, and my recollection is that it was Her Ladyship that raised where this was stipulated, you said in the Nursing Act. My note reads, if not recorded, according to the Nursing Act, it did not take place. And then you said also in the Nursing Act regulations under the heading recording. Do you remember that evidence?
I remember that, but I'm slightly misquoted. I said the Nursing Act make provision for professional conduct, and in the regulation, and I have been a council member over 10 years, we have said that because the only evidence that something is done is that something is recorded. So what is not recorded is not done. So it's in the regulation. I would just like to moderate it. But the regulation stems from the Nursing Act.
Yes. Professor, I've gone through the regulation, and I assume the regulation you refer to is the one containing the rules setting out the acts or omissions in respect of which the council, being the South African Nursing Council, may take disciplinary steps.
Definitely.
Right. There is no such provision in those regulations, Professor, saying that if it was not recorded, it was not done.
I would put it back, my lady, that in healthcare, we have a form that we use to record care, daily care of a patient. And the only way how it can be audited that something is done is when it is recorded. And with that, that's the only way how we would see something is done. So for my focus is whether the care is done or it's not done. In this case, with all the Esidimeni cases that I evaluated, everyone can come to the front and say, I've done it. And we would accept that even if it's not recorded, the people have done their best. And from that angle, and it's the angle that we normally use in disciplinary in nursing.
Just a second, Mr. Late.
Now the witness can finish his answer, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
And it with that regard, my lady, that I say, and I stand by it, when it's not on record in the Cardex or any of the prescribed forms, it's not done. Because if I have to take a word of someone that say, post ex facto, I've done it, and it's not recorded, we would then not have sat here. So from a nursing perspective and a care and management perspective, what is not recorded, record keeping is the backbone of any care or management system.
My lady, I don't know if Mr. Late has an objection.
Yes, my lady, it's not really an objection. If I remember correctly, the witness's evidence was that the obligation to keep record stems from the Nursing Act and can be found in the regulations. That's the gist of his evidence. And those regulations, I have sent them, the reference there to your ladyship yesterday. I don't know whether your ladyship have had the opportunity to peruse them, but it can be found in Regulation 3P of Government Notice number 521.
Just a second. Regulation 3.
P.
T for, is it P?
Yeah, no, P for Peter, yes.
Yes.
P for Papa. In Government Notice number 521. Published
Yes.
in Government Gazette number 43305. Dated the 12th of May 2020. Where there is an obligation put on any nursing practitioner to keep proper records of everything that is done to a patient.
Thank you, Mr. Lid.
And those regulations have been announced in terms of Section 58Q of the Nursing Act.
Thank you.
May I proceed, my lady?
Yes, you may proceed. We'll have to look at the regulations. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's proceed.
Professor, you
Yes.
didn't answer my question, what I put to you.
Could you just repeat
What I
your
put
question?
to you was your evidence yesterday, and which you confirmed today, was that your statement that what is not recorded was not done.
I stand.
In the, can I finish my question?
Yes, you can.
Was to be found in the regulations. Now, what I put to you was there is no such provision in the regulations that says if it was not recorded, it was not done. Do you agree with me?
I do not agree with you, my lady.
Please
What
indicate to me where do those words appear in the...
It's a matter of semantics, my lady. I have advanced that the Nursing Act in Professional Conduct, as well as subsequent regulations linked to it, and I have been teaching in nursing for the last 22 years. That is a basic principle, and in all health professionals, that you need to record what you are doing, otherwise it's not done. And it might be a matter of semantics, but that is a principle as a safe health care professional that we stand by.
Professor.
And therefore, I could refer my lady to what was not recorded, the mental health care that's not recorded in the report that we went through was not there of Mr. Nhlapo, because it has not been recorded. And I further advance, and this is my answer to the question put to me, is that I would like to stand by it to say that it might be a matter of semantics, but what is not on paper, every one of us can come now to this life Esidimeni inquest and say, I've done it, even if it's not on paper. The reason why we are here is that the records were not clear who has done what, when, and where. So I would sustain with that response.
Thank you. Can we, Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, Marie. It is not a matter of semantics. You were specifically asked what the source of that statement, that if it's not recorded, it was not done, was. And you said it was the regulations. That is wrong. The regulations provide only that one of the acts in terms of which the Nursing Council may take disciplinary steps is willful or negligent omission to keep clear and accurate records of all actions which he or she performs in connection with a patient. That has no bearing whatsoever on if it is not recorded, it is not done. In fact, it says...
Okay, there is a hand, Mr. Late.
My lady, with all due respect, my learned friend is now busy arguing with this witness. If he wants to argue this at the later stage, he's welcome to do so when he argues at the end of the matter. But to spend 20 minutes and arguing about whether those words are part of the regulations or the act or whether it's semantics, it's not going to take this court any further. Really, with all due respect, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, the professor is here as an expert witness. He is supposed to provide your ladyship with objective, unbiased, and accurate information. He was asked a specific question as to the provenance of this statement that he relies on, and it proves that what he said is wrong. He is not making the concession that he should make.
Yes.
With all due respect, my lady, he did answer that question. He said he sees it as a matter of semantics.
I didn't recognize you, Mr. Late.
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Van Bergen, this aspect has been sufficiently dealt with. I think it's time you leave it. Thank you very much. Can we proceed?
As your ladyship pleases. Professor, in a similar vein, well, let me first ask you the question. Are you aware of the importance of providing accurate and correct information to this court? Or any court?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
And you're also aware that you should limit your opinion to issues within your field of expertise or your scope of practice?
I did say where it's not my depth, I did declare it, but I said as a nurse, I am aware of how certain things happen.
Yes.
I did declare that in medical surgical is not my depth, but as a nurse, in certain aspects, I have been a nurse in the medical surgical unit, but my expertise is within mental health.
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
did declare it openly to the court.
Professor, I then failed to understand why you yesterday, when you were asked by my learned friend Ms. Marriott whether a myocardial infarction in lay terms is a stroke, you confirmed that it was.
My lady, if you give health education, ischemic heart disease lead to a stroke. But if you talk from a layman's term, anything cardiology, whether the person had a heart attack or stroke, there is not that differentiation. And I did say that that is not, in a layman's term, in the community where we're teaching and where we come from, these things are either seen similar or alike. And I did advance, it's not my specialty.
Yes, I'm going to ask you, just wait for the for Mr. Van Bergen to ask a question. Remember, we've got your evidence on record.
Okay.
Right? Yes.
Thanks, my ladyship.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, I really don't understand your answer. A myocardial infarction is the irreversible death of myocardial tissue, the heart muscle, due to a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
I agree with that, my lady, and I said is an injury to the myocardial part.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. A stroke is a cerebrovascular accident. That is a bleed in the brain. It has nothing whatsoever to do with myocardial tissue.
Yes, Miss Marriott.
My lady, the witness also further testified that he agreed after Advocate Van Bergen objected to the question that it also pertains to a heart attack. And I've changed my question to the witness, referring to him as a heart attack as well. But the importance was my additional question relating to whether someone can foresee an event like that occurring.
Okay.
So I'm going to object to the line of questioning.
Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, that is not the crux of the question. The issue here is whether the information that was given was correct. And what my learned friend has put is not entirely correct. Your ladyship will remember that I intervened and I requested that the question be clarified and the answer be clarified. And once I had explained why I needed that clarification, the professor then said, yes, he agrees it could be a heart attack or a stroke.
Yes.
What I'm putting to Professor Pinaar now is that a stroke doesn't enter the equation where a myocardial infarction is involved. A stroke is a completely different entity which cannot be equated to a myocardial infarction.
Yes, but I understood his evidence to mean that in the layman's terms, from the communities where he operated, people would say whatever, whether it's a cardiac thing or it's a stroke, then they will classify all those as a stroke. And he considered that in medical terms or in nursing terms, those are two different things. That's how I understood his evidence. I don't know. And I don't know if there is, what is it that you want to establish, Mr. Van Bergen? If you can assist me.
Yes, perhaps it's perhaps late in the day, but I would suggest that the witness should step aside.
Okay. If you can, should he do that now?
Yes.
Okay. You may, Mr. Professor Pina. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
The point is that Professor Pienaar is here as an expert witness. He is supposed to assist your ladyship. His evidence, as I understood it, wasn't that it is understood by the public to be either a heart attack or a stroke. He said that it can be a heart attack or a stroke.
Mm.
And he said in lay terms, that is what it can be called.
But was that not clarified at a later stage as you were asking questions and Ms. Marriott was asking questions?
No, my lady, the point is, his last word on this issue was that a myocardial infarction can be a heart attack or a stroke. And that is incorrect.
Oh, okay. All right.
It cannot be a stroke because a stroke is a completely different injury.
Okay. Can you just deal with that and then we lay to rest, please?
Yes. If the witness can come back, my lady.
I think they are phoning him.
Advocate Lady is phoning the witness, my lady.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You may proceed. The witness is back.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, let's cut this short if we can. A stroke is completely different from a heart attack. You would agree?
I agree with that.
And to say that they are the same is wrong.
I have advanced, yes, I would agree with that, but I've advanced previously that in layman's term, when you put it for everyone to understand in the communities, anything that has to do with cardiovascular issues is put under one umbrella. And I also would like to advance that I was called to this platform as a mental health care expert and the management of nursing, the care and the nursing management. And to the best of my abilities, I've responded to that. I think the particular person who wrote the report, that was the pathologist, is the best to answer to whatever he have written there. So I would like to advance it to this court.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Professor, actually, you should not have expressed an opinion on that issue.
That if I'm asked in a layman's term, I would have expressed, and that was not an expert opinion, it was an opinion,
Well,
as you said, as you differentiated in matters of opinion.
Professor, you are here as an expert, so it can only be an expert opinion. Or purported to be an expert opinion.
I'm here as an expert in a specific direction.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Merritt.
I'm going to object. Advocate van Bergen is once again arguing with the witness. He can leave this for argument.
Okay. Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, I am done. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue.
My lady, that concludes my examination.
Thank you, Mr. van Bergen. Who's going to be next now? Let me see. Ms. Hassim is done. Ms. Munjarara, do you have questions to this witness?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I have got few questions for the witness.
Okay, you may proceed.
My lady, yes, please, the court. I'm going to cross-examine this witness about disease number 60, Tian Cross, as well as disease number 73, Charity Rasoso, a little bit. Can I proceed, my lady?
Yes, although you didn't give the foundation. Okay, proceed.
Yes, please, the court.
You didn't indicate, but okay, proceed. Let's hear your questions. Continue.
Okay. Professor Pinar, you indicated in your opinion,
Did you introduce yourself to the
which
witness?
is, oh, sorry, my lady. Professor Pinar, I'm Advocate Rendani Munjalere. I'm representing a witness in this proceeding by the name of Matloli Defnin Glove. She was a social worker at Kalinen Care and Rehabilitation Center during the Life Esidimeni project. So I'm going to ask you some few questions regarding two of the disease persons that you testified about before this honorable court. And my first questions to you are, they are going to pertain to the deceased Tian Cross. Professor, I'm going to refer you quickly to page 5868 in the case line. That is your opinion regarding
868.
Yes, my lady. 5868.
I am on the page.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Professor, you indicated under the heading health team involved that care worker, social worker, CCRC professionalness. Can you please explain before this court?
Let me see. Okay. So it starts from 5867.
Yes, my lady. But I want to cross-examine the witness regarding what he has written in page 5868 under the heading health team involved.
But where is that heading? Because on 5868. Oh, okay. I see that. Continue.
Yes, please, lady. So, Professor, you have indicated in that paragraph that I've just indicated that health team involved care worker, social worker, CCRC, professional nurse. Can you please explain before this court as to what you mean by that?
I think in a mental health care setup, you have the multi-professional team. And the multi-professional team consists of different members, and it might even include the healthcare user or the healthcare user's family. But in this case, what I picked up were the care workers, the social worker, and the professional nurse. That's what I could pick up from the documentation.
Continue, Ms. Munjerera. Ms. Munjerera, are you still there? Can anyone assist to alert her that her screen is frozen? Oh, there she goes.
Okay.
You have to check your connection, Ms. Munjerera. Something is wrong. You might have to exit the meeting and return. Ms. Munjerera? You might have to exit the meeting, Ms. Munjerera.
Yes, please. lady.
You might have to exit the meeting. We can't hear anything.
Uh, I would like you to explain before court is to what
Yes,
is
Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, I note it's 10 past 11 already. Wouldn't it be more convenient to take the tea break at this stage and allow our colleague to maybe be able to sort out the problems she's having with connectivity?
Yes, I wanted to do it, but I could see that she was not hearing me. That's why I was waiting for her to come back. And I also had an option of asking anyone to alert her that she must understand that she has got problems. Can anybody assist to alert her that she has got problems? Because I see she's continuing.
Lady, I think Mr. Shabangu's got her number. He'll try and contact her.
Okay, even Mr. Sibara, I think. Mr. Sibara, where are you? Or Mr. Makanyi?
Lady,
Yes, Ms. Govender.
I can remove Ms. Munjalere from the meeting.
It's better to do that, but if I may,
My lady, I'm calling her now.
okay, please remove her. Perhaps we should let's take the tea adjournment and then come back at 25 past 11, and then if if she's still having some connectivity problems, the person who comes after her can proceed with the cross-examination until she fixes her problems. The witness is warned. The court adjourns.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
May it please you, my lady.
Are we ready to start? Ms. Mjarela?
Morning, my lady. It's Advocate Makani here.
Is she still having problems?
Indeed so, my lady.
I'm going to request Ms. Foster, are you there? Where is the witness? I don't see the witness. Are you ready to proceed, Ms. Foster?
My lady, I do not have any questions for the witness.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Where is the witness? I don't see the witness here. Mr. Late and Miss Marriott?
My lady, we're just phoning the witness to see what the problem is.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
So sorry, I had a problem with the internet coming back in, but I'm in now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
I see Ms. Mjerere is still having connectivity problems. Can we go to the Ms. Coca? Is there anything?
My lady?
Yes, I could see your face. I don't know why you are there.
My apologies. I wanted my lady to indicate that Ms. Munjalele has indicated that she is experiencing load shedding and she is now driving to a place where she will have access to the proceeding.
Okay, in the meantime, the other people will proceed. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
The team of Mr. Sibara, do you have any questions in cross-examination of the witness?
As the court please, my lady, we have no questions at this stage.
Thank you, Ms. Makani. Mr. Makani. Mr. Hutamu.
As the court pleases, my lady, we do not have questions to the witness.
Ms. Saboko.
Court pleases, my lady, I have no questions for Prof. Pinar.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela and Ms. Mahlape.
As the court pleases, my lady, we also do not have any questions for Professor Pinar. Thank you.
Ms. Kaka.
I have no questions for the professor, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Maite.
Excuse you, my lady. My lady, the questions that I have already been traversed by Senior Counsel Van Bergen. No questions for the witness.
Mr. Shabangu, are you there?
As the court pleases, my lady, good afternoon. Good morning, my lady. Good. My lady.
You're going to have questions, no?
I'm going to have questions, my lady, but however, I would like to address the court that I'd rather wait for Ms. Munjalele to cross-examine since there will be questions that will implicate CCRC, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
As the court.
Ms. Mboweni.
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Manamela, are you there?
Okay.
Mr. Manamela? Nelly Siwe, was Mr. Manamela present at roll call?
No, Judge, he wasn't.
Then Mr. Profi. Is Mr. Profi present? Was he?
May I please the court, my lady? My lady, Advocate Profi is not present. However, I'm standing in for him and there'll be no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm left with Mr. Pichela. Mr. Pichela, would you want to wait for Ms. Ramaimela?
Please, my lady. Indeed, yes, I would like to wait until all
She
others have
finishes with the
testified.
process. Yes, I don't know. Then we will have to take an adjournment now. Who is going to notify us once she's ready? Because I don't want the witness to be kept waiting. Mr. Veselo, I didn't forget you.
I have no questions for this witness, my lady.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to suggest that we take an adjournment now until maybe stand the matter down. I don't know who's going to notify us when she has got a secure place where she can operate from.
My lady, I will try to notify the court as soon as I get hold of her. Yes, Chabango.
Okay. The evidence leaders, will you not also try to notify Nelisiwe?
As soon as we receive indication, my lady, I will do so.
Okay. On that note, the matter will stand down just to wait for her to get sorted. Thank you.
Please, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Good afternoon. Can we please try and get the witness?
My apologies, my lady. Earlier, after I've just started with my cross-examination, experience load shedding. So I had to drive from the place where I was to another place to try to get internet connection, my lady.
Okay. Miss Marriott and Mr. Late, are you assisting us in getting the witness?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
I'm back, my lady.
Thank you very much, Professor. Ms. Munjara?
Yes, please, this honorable court.
You may proceed.
Yes, please,
the witness is reminded that he's still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Professor, earlier before I had connectivity problems, I was asking you as to what is it that the social worker has done? What was your involvement in the issue of the deceased young cross?
I did not hear that question, but if you would like to repost it, the last question that I was aware of, my lady, was the multi-professional team, the health team. So maybe if you can remind, just start again. So I responded to that question. I'm not sure whether you have heard my response.
If I may assist, when you had your problems, Ms. Mujerera, you had referred the witness to page 5868, and
Yes,
you wanted him to explain this health team, all what he mentioned in his report, and his last part of the response that he gave was that he only picked up the information from the documents. That was after he had referred to the multi-professional team. If you may take it from there.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. All right. Professor, can you please tell the court as to what role did the social worker play in the issues concerning the deceased young cross?
As I stated before that, I included the social worker on the grounds because I found information in the document that she's part of the multi-professional team. What the role she played within the institution, I would not be clear of because it has not reflected in the documents that I perused.
Okay. I'm going to refer you to page 5200 in the case line. That is the 5200. That is
yes,
the statement of my client, Mrs. Matloli Defning-Glove, regarding the disease Tian Cross.
Yes, I am on the page.
My lady, can I read?
Let the witness read the document himself.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
I've read the document, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. From this statement, it is clear that what my client, Ms. Matloli Defning-Glove, did in respect of the deceased Tian Cross, it was only limited, number one, to the issue of identifying the body of the deceased, as he was requested by warrant officer Mulukume and also by forensic pathologist. Number two, she also went to trace the family of the deceased. Those are the only two things that she did as far as this deceased person is concerned. Do you agree?
That's what I see in the documents. I concur with what is on the documents. I can only judge what I see on the documents.
So, Professor, I put it to you that my client was not involved in the treatment and care of the deceased patient, Tian Cross. What's your comment on that?
My comment on that is that I would not be aware of what the day-to-day functioning of the institution is and what broader role the client might have been, the social worker might have played. Under general circumstances, social workers are part and parcel of the multi-professional team and the care. But what I see in the document is only what I see. So I cannot answer for the broader role of your client. I can only say what I see on the document currently is that she only went for a home visit and then the identification of the deceased.
It is my client's instruction that her duties were only limited to social work services because he's a social worker. Your comment on that?
My comment on that is that, if it's broader social work services being part of the multi-professional team, she might have had a broader role. But I would not, because it's not clear here. And even in the report of your client, I could not see what social work services she has done. What I have is the document in front of me, and I'll have to concur with this document, but I cannot testify that she has only had social work services because it's not clear what social work services mean then with regards to this institution. So what is on the documents, I concur, but I cannot testify for the broader involvement.
Okay. Professor, what I'm saying to you is that you cannot dispute that she was only executing her duties at CCRC as a social worker, as indicated in a statement. What's your comment on that?
As I said, the role and scope of a social worker in a multi-professional team is quite broad. Now, this is not stipulated in this document, but if it's what she said in her this document that I see in front of me, the only thing that she did, I'm not the person to dispute it, but possibly people that worked with her. So I cannot come in and dispute it. I have not worked with her.
Thank you, Professor. I will also refer you to page 6374.
I am on 6374.
Just a second, my lady. That will be your opinion regarding the deceased Charity Ratsot.
Yes, that is.
Just a second, my lady. Just a sec, my lady. Sorry for this. My other device did not connect quickly, so I have to use the cell phone to access the documents. Regarding your opinion with regard to the deceased Charity Ratsotso, I would like you to explain before this court as to, apart from the social work having identified the body of the deceased, what else did she do as well regarding the deceased Charity Ratsotso?
As I stated before, and it is clear in the report, my lady, the only issue I could pick up is that the social worker identified the healthcare user. I further state that there is no clarity on the medical documents who did what, just in short summary. So, and as I previously alluded to, that I have not worked with a social worker specifically. In my experience, social worker have got a broader scope within the therapeutic care, but I cannot dispute what the social worker wrote on that other report, and therefore I cannot say what else. The people who worked with the social worker are the best could say what is done and what is not done, or what her scope was at that stage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Continue, Counsel.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Just a sec. Just give me a second, my lady. Professor, let's go to page 6376. That will be your conclusion, in your opinion, regarding the deceased Charity Ratsotso.
Is that paragraph 8?
Yes, can you please read it? And when you are done, please let me know.
I'm done.
All right, you you indicated here in your conclusion that there is evidence of healthcare negligence at CCRC. So can you tell the court if you are in a position to can be able to tell this court as to who in particular at CCRC did you find to have been negligent regarding the deceased Charity Ratsotso?
As I stated before, I have looked at healthcare, specifically physical healthcare and psychosocial healthcare. In concerning who has done what, I would not have that detail because of the amount of records I receive or lack of recording rather. So, and if you would like to pull me again to if I think the social worker did anything regarding misconduct, I cannot state that because I would not know what her broader therapeutic role was. And it's only the people that worked with her in CCRC that if that could say that there was the neglect. But what was definitely recorded by me through perusing through the records, and I specifically looked at nursing care in that regard, but I would pick up if the social worker would have made any recording or any entrance with regards to psychosocial healthcare. So I cannot pinpoint or dispute whatever your client would say, my lady, because the records, I have not worked with her. It's not clear what her broader role was, and nowhere in the records I could pick up specific issues that she was deeper involved in.
Thank you.
Yes, Professor. So I will put it to you that my client will tell this court that she was not involved. Sorry, my lady, I was just disturbed. Somebody got into my office here now to fix my other laptop. Professor, I will put it to you that my client will tell this court that she was not involved in the treatment of Charity Ratsotso as much as she was not involved in the treatment and care of Tian Cross.
That would be the testimony of your client. And as I say, I cannot dispute it. I could not pick up anything in the records, but in the broader role, a social worker's role is to be part and parcel of the therapeutic team, but it's only the people that worked with her that can dispute or confirm anything.
Professor, I put it to you that what you are talking about, you are basically generalizing. And I put it to you that your statement that generally a social worker will be involved in the therapeutic issues of the client, it does not apply to my client. She was not involved in all that. What's your comment on
Mr. Late?
What's your comment to that?
Just before the witness.
The witness has already said
yes
exactly what is now put here. I don't know where Ms. Munjalele is going to.
Ms. Munjalele?
As pleases the court, my lady, the witness said that generally social workers are involved in the therapeutic care of patients. So I'm putting it to the witness that his general statement, because it's something that is not sure about, he was not working at CCRC, my lady. He does not know what is it that my client was doing at CCRC. So he cannot generalize to include my client on the issues of the therapeutic care of the patients. My client's version is that she was not involved in all that, my lady.
Has that issue not been resolved? Because the witness has testified that he cannot dispute what your client says because he couldn't pick up any specific issues that she was involved.
As please the court, my lady. Then
was that what you wanted to say, Mr. Late?
That's what I wanted to say, exactly what your ladyship now just told Ms. Munzerele.
Thank you
He
very
already
much.
testified that
Ms.
he
Mungere,
cannot.
do you still have questions?
No, my lady, that will be the end of my cross-examination.
Thank you. Then it will be Mr. Shabangu. Mr. Late, thank you. Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady.
Mm.
My lady, I will be cross-examining the Leonard professor in terms of his report in relating to CCRC, particularly on the deceased Charity Ratoto.
Yes.
My questions will be to clarifying the opinions and the conclusions by the professor, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Good afternoon, Professor Abel Pinar.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Advocate Shabangu. I'm representing Ms. Matshidi Sonyatlu, who was the CEO of CCRC at a particular time when this deceased Charity Ratoso was admitted and discharged to CCRC and further to discharge to Anchor House. Thank you, Professor. Now, Professor, yesterday when my Leonard senior colleague, Advocate Van Bergen, asked you in terms of did you have the documents that we have now here on case line, I just want to clarify the issue of those documents that you received for your instructions. Were you given them by the police or by the evidence leaders? Or did you have the police docket? Let me just put it, did you have a police docket?
I did receive the docket that was delivered to me by the colonel of the police.
Thank you, Professor. And then you went through all the documents that were inside the docket.
Yes, I went through the documents that were inside the docket.
Thank you, Professor. Now, Professor, let's now turn to page 6371.
I am on page 6371.
Okay, Professor, let me also go to that page. On page 6371, I want us to go to paragraph 4. Are you there, Professor?
Yes.
My apologies. Now, on this paragraph 4, the heading is Interaction of Mental and Physical Findings.
Yes,
Now,
I have it.
you can read the whole paragraph, Professor, just to refresh your mind.
Your memory. Sorry.
I've read the paragraph.
Thank you, Professor. Now, I will refer you to the last 3 lines on this paragraph. I will read it for the record purposes. Hence, food particles could not be swallowed at this, and this was not noticed by the various caregivers. This is tantamount to gross negligence in healthcare, especially basic care, open bracket, feeding and drinking. Do you see that, Professor?
Yes, I see that.
Now, my question to you is, with these lines that I've read, can you please tell the court when did the food particles that you are referring to and where in this three institution that you are dealing with here in your report in general, CCRC, Enka, and Mamelodi Hospital? Where?
What is the question, Mr. Shibana?
The question is, as the court, please, my lady, let me start with, as the professor said, I want to find out, because the professor said this was not noticed by various caregivers. Now, I want to know, let me put it this way, which institution between CCRC, Enka, and Mamelodi Hospital?
Do you realize that this question was, this information, the professor took it from the reports of the pathologists?
Yes, my lady.
How do you expect him to say that, to give that that information, while he's talking about, he's making findings on the basis of the reports of other experts?
As a court, please, my lady.
Was that not the question? Was that not answered by the pathologist?
My lady, the professor in this regard, my lady, I'm indebted to the court. I'm looking at the last paragraph where he said this is tantamount to cross negligent.
Can we go back? If you look at the paragraph, interaction of mental and physical findings, the findings in the post, I don't know, maybe it's a question of how you phrased your question. Because now it says the findings in the post-mortem report support the lack of care. It is common cause that due to the mental disorder, as well as the heavy psychotropic medication, muscle tone relaxed, and it was difficult for the healthcare user to swallow. Mental health care users with profound mental retardation and such heavy medical prescription normally struggle to swallow, and excessive drooling is noted. Hence, food particles could not be swallowed, and this was not noticed by various caregivers.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, maybe it's a question of how you want to phrase your question.
Thank you, my lady. I'll rephrase.
But I was just making the point that you must remember that the professor did not examine the bodies of the deceased.
Indeed.
Information, he got it from the pathologist who examined the bodies of the deceased.
Indeed, so, my lady, I concur with that, my lady. But maybe let me put this way, my lady, my question that I want the professor to, is he able to distinguish in which institution, after he read all the papers that he had in possession of?
Just before the professor answers, I didn't get the question. Mr. Pihlela, I'll be with you. Let me understand the question first, and then I'll be with you. I still haven't got the question from Mr. Chavango.
Yes, my lady. As a court, please, my lady, I want the professor to identify in which institution between Enka, CCRC, and Mamelodi Hospital where they did this. The various caregivers could not notice that the patient has a problem in swallowing food particles.
Mr. Pihlela, can I hear you?
That's court, please, my lady. I'm going to object to that question on the basis that it calls for a lot of speculation on the witness. The witness did not compile the reports. He based his assessment on evidence that had already been made available to him. Now, unless there is an indication that blame can be attached to any particular institution, then my learned colleague should put it forward. But I believe we can still go and argue this matter at the end to say CCRC was not responsible, it was Enka or Mamelodi, but
yes,
put it to this witness.
Mr. Pitala.
That was me, my lady.
Come again?
My lady meant to say Mr. Shabangu.
Oh, Mr. Shabangu.
Thank you, my lady. Court business. My lady, we have the professor.
Can we ask the, you know, this thing of asking the professor to step aside? I mean, oh.
Yes, we can ask the professor to step aside, my lady.
My lady?
Yes, Mr.
I don't think this is a kind of objection that needs the professor to stand aside. It's clearly, and I don't think this question will take us anywhere. The professor specifically stated that in any of these places there could have been a lack of nursing care. And he never states that anybody at CCRC were negligent. So I don't think it's
could he even say that on the basis of he didn't examine the bodies, isn't it?
Yes, and that's where I agree with Mr. Pitlela. In the end, if there is other evidence that any of the nursing staff at any of the three institutions were negligent, of course, then arguments can be raised about that. But it's clear from the report that the professor is not able to say that. That's a court.
Thank you. Mr. Shabangu, perhaps you should refrain from this line of questioning, and the court has already told you about it, isn't it?
As a court, please, my lady, I will leave this to the argument, my lady. I'm indebted to the court. The professor can be recalled, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. Continue, Mr. Pitela.
I will respond, my lady. I'm Mr. Shabangu. However,
yeah, no, you are Mr. Pitela today. That's fine, Mr. Shabangu.
As the court pleases, my lady. Thank you, Professor Pinar. Professor Pinar, let's go to page 6372 of your report.
Thank you. I'm on page 6372.
Thank you, Professor. And then let's go to paragraph bullet number 2.
Yes.
You can read, Professor. When you're done, you can just.
Is there any paragraph 2 on this page, or are you referring to bullet point number 2?
I said bullet point number 2, my lady. Bullet point number 2.
I've read it, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor. On that paragraph, admission report at health establishment and or NPO. The first line read, the health challenges seem to have started in CCRC, Enka and Mamelodi Hospital, where no record of appropriate care of profound mental retarded individual was found.
For a profound mentally retarded individual was found. Please read what is on record.
I'll repeat, my lady. The health challenges seem to have started in CCRC, Enka, and Mamelodi Hospital, where no record of appropriate care for a profound mentally retarded individual was found. Full stop. Now, Professor, with this paragraph, I just want clarity from your side as to, can you indicate at CCRC what health challenges that you discovered while you were reading the papers at CCRC? Are you able to do that?
I think I've put the three institutions in the same line because when I peruse the records, none of the institutions have showed or recorded appropriate care for a profound mentally retarded individual. So for me, I did not alienate CCRC because even in Anchor and Mamelodi, all three institutions, the lack of care was visible because if the care was there for a profound mentally retarded individual, it would have been appearing in the records systematically.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
Which lack of care, particularly at CCRC, that was not there?
As narrated constantly is the lack of care, the mental health lack of care as well as the physical care has lacked. Because when one look at how do you treat a profound mentally ill, a profound mentally challenged or intellectually challenged individual, there's certain parameters of care. Because this is an adult that with respect functioned on a child level. So those records, firstly, a full assessment, and that is a physical assessment as well as a mental status assessment to highlight the gaps or the fallouts which would be attended to. So basically that was not there. And then if we have the fallouts, we then intervene in the level of care of the particular person. So when I say the general lack of care is that there is no proper assessment, planning, intervention and evaluation of the care. Because the assessment, the baseline assessment for the profound mentally retarded individual is very important to render appropriate care. So in all three institutions, that was not found, let alone the care that should follow.
Continue, Mr.
Thank you, Professor. Now, Professor, I'll take you to page 6212.
The document seemed to be upside down on my computer.
Can anybody assist to display it on the screen?
I'm indebted to the court as a court is my lady. I'm not good in that.
And that's why I'm talking to you. Mr. Pinar, assist your friend. I'm referring to the advocate, not Professor Pinar.
May it please the court, my lady.
Sacha, are you there to assist? Or any one of you can just assist?
Maybe Mr. Late can assist my lady because he seems to know about.
My lady, if my learned colleague wants to turn the document, he should hit Control Shift and then plus sign or minus sign. Then the document will start turning.
Will turn, yes.
Clicking, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Pichela. Professor, can you be able to do that?
This is 6-2. Just to save time, can anybody assist by displaying the document quickly, please?
My lady, it does appear to be displayed.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
I can see it on my screen.
It is there. I can see. I was just looking on my own at my own page. That's fine. Professor, can you look at the document?
I'm seeing the document, but just the top part.
Is this yes? Okay. Is this not the same document that Ms. Hassim referred to yesterday?
It looks like, because that's the prescription.
All right.
No, my lady, I've said 6212.
Yes, the correct page is 6212.
Yes, my lady, that's a good basis. Yes, it just disappeared again. It was there. Yeah, that's the document. Thank you. I'm indebted to somebody. Yes. Now you can see it, Professor.
I can see the documents, although very small. You can move up.
Our Leonard Fundi with computers, they will move it up, Professor.
Lady, if the professor can go to case lines, you must only click on view, and then on the rotate. There's a rotate left and a rotate right.
Yes.
You can rotate the document by clicking rotate right twice. Then the document will rotate on lines for you.
I've done exactly that, my lady. I have rotated the document now. Thanks very much.
Can you see it properly? Okay, proceed.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody who assisted. Professor, now you can read it to refresh your memory.
I have read through the note that was entered on the 12th of the 5th.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
You may continue, Mr.
This note, as you have said, Professor, it was entered on the 12th of the 5th of 2016. That's the time when the deceased Charity Ritoso was now admitted at Kalinen Care Rehabilitation Center. Now, according to this note, will this note, Professor, not help, like as you are saying, the basic care, give an indication of what is expected from the nurses? I just want to hear from you, Professor.
What I see in the note is just in which state the mental health care user was transferred. It might lend some help, but it's not a thorough assessment.
Yes.
So in my eyes, if you ask, would this note suffice as an assessment report? No, because it says no medical history. And then even underneath it says a number of the pertinent issues are not very clear. It says physical examination, none. And then I think underneath is teeth own. And it just given instruction continual nursing care, but it does not indicate what kind of continual nursing care should be done. But it, however, says that the hygiene is poor, although the patient, the healthcare user can bath themselves and should continue with treatment.
Yes.
So basically what is say that I say that yes, it might give an indication, but it's very clear that no assessments were done.
Thank you, Professor. Let's carry it on, Professor. Now, thank you. Professor, now let's go to paragraph 6374. No, page 6374, my apologies.
I am on the page, thank you.
My apologies.
Continue.
Now, yes, Professor, on paragraph where it dealt with, that will be the Cullinan Care Center.
Yes, I'm at the paragraph again. It's the same paragraph that we noted on.
Yes, that we are
earlier on.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Now, on this paragraph, I want us to go to line 3. On line 3.
Would line 3 be because there's a one-liner under Cullinan Care Center, then a social worker identified the healthcare user, and there's a following small paragraph. I could not find clear health medical. Is it that line?
Okay, Professor, line 1 will be a social worker identified. Line 2, I could not find clear. Line 3, it will start from the sentence. In my interpretation, that is what is not recorded is not done. That's the last line that I want us to look at.
Yes.
Yes. Now, Professor, you have testified that you could not see a proper transfer of this deceased Charity Ratsoso, and you will also, when you are cross-examined by my other colleague, Ms. Hassim, the issue of transfer, it was also addressed that if you could not see that, that means there was negligent on management. Now, Professor, what I want to highlight, as I've asked you earlier on, that did you have all the documents and you have read the documents that you received from the police docket? Now, I want you to go to page 6365.
I am on the page.
Now, on page 6365, Professor, we find an affidavit by Hilda Mushibajani Kwete.
I can see that.
Yes. Now, I want you, Professor, to read paragraph 2. Or before you read paragraph 2, just paragraph 1 so that you can know who's Hilda Mushibajani Kwete is.
I see it's 2 minutes past 1. I don't know what Mr. Shabangu's intentions are.
As a court pleases, my lady, I'm only left with 2 questions. I will be done with the professor, my lady, after this one.
Okay.
Yes, I've read the report.
Thank you, Professor. My question to you, Professor, while you were producing the documents in the docket, did you see this statement?
I have seen the statement. It's not new to me.
Now, with this statement, Professor, we can see that this person, Hilda Mushibajani Kwete, explains that how was Chartirat also transferred. And then we can see also that on this paragraph 2, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on the line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On line starting with the patient. The patient, I'm going to read it. The patient was found and dressed in clean clothes. The physical assessment was done on the patient's body. There were no other physical injuries on the patient. The vital signs were monitored, recorded, and found to be normal. The discharge documents were prepared, which include discharge form, discharge summary report, and the prescription chart. The medication for the MHCU for a period of a month was explained and handed over to the anchor housing nursing staff. Moreover, the condition of the mental health care user was thoroughly explained to the anchor house staff member. Now, with this paragraph that we have read, Professor, this paragraph clearly gives us indication that there was a proper handing over to the recipient, the receiving institution. It's not so.
I would moderate it. There was handing over, but I would moderate it because if you read the last paragraph, it says the condition of the mental health care user was thoroughly explained. I would wonder what was explained. And as I said, I see a tendency to all physical or bodily and physical issues of the mental health care user. But my biggest question is that if this is severe to profound, intellectually challenged mental health care user, what about that part of the report to say that what is the functioning, and I repeat it again, the adaptive functioning, the day-to-day functioning, which means that this mental health care user might be 40 years old, but functioning on a 4-year-old. What is the biological and what is the chronological functioning? What are the fallouts that need to be attended to? And that includes the holistic care. So when it comes to the physical care, this report appears to narrate that physical issues were handed over. And the report even say no physical injuries. And if you look at parameters like the vital signs were monitored, vital signs focus on physical health. Now, what is the mental health or psychosocial health issues that is? And this is an ordinary observation of the handing over of the six, most of the 6 reports, that there's over attendance to physical issues, but when it comes to the mental status assessment that attends to mental health issues, it lacks a bit. And I could not see it in this paragraph. So I would concur with you that the physical issues were attended to.
But would you say, as he had asked, would you say that there was a proper handing over?
No, it's not proper. It's not proper. If I would respond on the word proper, as a mental health expert, I would say that it's not proper because there is a lack of the mental status assessment report that is not disclosed here. One would speculate, but I'm not here for speculations, that the condition, and I'm asking myself what condition, because it's not mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Shavangu.
As a code, please, my lady. Prof, we have in evidence before this inquest that was testified by Ms. Hannah Jacobos. You won't know who Hannah Jacobos is, but Ms. Hannah Jacobos, she was one of the person who was in charge of all the NGOs in Gauteng regions. She testified that all the documents and medication and prescription was handed to this NGO anchor. That you will know that only transpired from this inquest. Had you have known that or you've seen that, will that affected your opinion?
I would not like to speculate on that. I don't know it and I have not seen it. And I'm sure Ms. Jacobus is the best person to talk to that. I only dealt with what I have seen.
Thank you, Professor Pinar. As a court, that will conclude my cross-examination.
Thank you. I think this is the opportune time for us to take a lunch break. It's almost 1:10. The witnesses want. The court will take a lunch break and we'll resume at 2:10. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
As a court,
May it please the court, my lady.
Are we ready to proceed? Mr. Pichela,
Court pleases, my lady.
do you have questions to the witness?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Professor Pinar.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Joe Pichela. I'm an attorney with the Legal Aid of South Africa. I represent 4 NGOs in this matter.
Okay.
Essentially, Professor, what I'm going to be doing is we're going to go through some of your reports because there are certain aspects which I would like you to clarify for me with regard to the opinions that have been expressed therein. Now, hopefully, we are not going to spend a lot of time, but that is entirely up to you on how you answer the questions that I'll be posing to you. Is it clear so far, Professor?
I think your narration is clear.
Thank you, Prof. Professor Pinar, by now, all of us who form part of these proceedings are aware of the problems that were encountered in the implementation of what is called the Marathon Project. Are you familiar with the Marathon Project, Professor?
As far as I know, I'm familiar with the Life Esidimeni project, but the Marathon project, I'm not familiar. Maybe you can elaborate?
No, they are one and the same thing. I think maybe it was a code name for it. But it's one and the same thing. So when I speak of the Marathon project, I'm speaking of the Life Esidimeni project. Now, Professor, you were involved in another successful project that was implemented regarding the process of deinstitutionalization, correct?
That's correct.
And that is in Span and Veteran.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as you have confirmed, you are also familiar with the Life Esidimeni project and how it was implemented, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I take it that you will agree with me that this Life Esidimeni project was implemented in a haphazard manner, to say the least, correct?
I be careful to make a judgment. All I can see through the files that I've audited, that it was indeed a project that was implemented in a very fast way. And I could not sense any organizations. Therefore, I constantly talk about the handing over report and the receiving report.
Yes, but you'll agree with me that the project that you described, that is Span and Veterans, you said it took about 2 to 3 years for them to be fully implemented, yes?
Yes. The Span 2 to 3 years, the Veteran is 5 years plus.
So you'll agree with me that a project of this magnitude would by necessary implication should have taken longer than the few months that were allocated, correct?
Yeah, I would say in my judgment, at least 3 to 5 years as a mental health expert.
Now, are you aware that at the commencement of this project, there were not many NGOs that were compliant and in a position to receive the categories of mental health care users that were involved?
I'm not totally aware of that detail, but at least the files that I've audited, I was wondering within myself whether those NPOs comply. because it did not look as if they complied.
No, let me allay your concerns, because I think that is something that we have all come to understand through the witnesses that testified before you, that most of the NGOs were not compliant, some were not even licensed, some were not even registered at the time. Audits were not performed. Hence, the use of the word in a haphazard manner. It was actually a censured word that I prefer to use than the one that I would ordinarily use.
I've
Now,
noted that.
Professor, what is the impact primarily on the mental health care users, especially severe and the profound intellectually disabled?
Come again?
I'm saying especially the severe and profoundly intellectually disabled.
What is the impact of?
I was still coming to that, my lady.
Oh, I thought you have asked a question if you continue. Okay.
No. Still coming to that.
Remember your position. The more you go to your right, then you or to your left, then you start having problems.
I apologize, my lady.
Yes, so I didn't pick up. If I may, once you hear me interjecting, then it means I missed something from you. All right, continue.
I apologize, my lady. Yes, doctor, I'm saying a project of this magnitude, the Life Esidimeni project, what impact would it have, in your experience, on the profound and severely mentally disabled, when you have to shift them from places where they've been for most of their lives to a new institution? That manifests any physical ailments?
I might have missed the last part of the question. There was a breaking in voice.
Would it manifest any physical ailments?
You mean the impact would manifest any physical ailments?
Yes.
In general, I can just say that you see, when you look whether preparation has been done or preparation has not been done, and the places where the shifts is taking place is prepared. When in the background that I have heard, my lady, is that it does not seem that the NPOs were very well prepared. So in that light, it would have an impact. I would not pinpoint on physical impact, but in the mental health of the person, it will definitely have an impact. And as I said yesterday, normally we used to measure it in a discomfort of 6 out of 10. So there would be some mental health and emotional impact in that regard. But I also said that specifically looking at the severe and profound intellectual disabled persons, in respect to say that chronologically they are functioning at the level of a child. And in my general experience, if places are well prepared and the intellectually disabled adult is well prepared, the impact might not be that big. But where there is lack of preparation, I can vow for the mental and emotional impact that will have an impact of discomfort and adjustment disorder.
Is there any recommended treatment for that, for the adjustment disorder?
There is a treatment for adjustment disorder. It means that I'm uncomfortable and I take time to adjust in a new place, and that would be orientation and the creation of a place of security and safety. That's only when the body will adjust to that place. and it's partially from the individual, but as we can see that this individual's was totally dependent, it would be between the environment and the caregivers.
Are you aware that there were shortages of medication in some of the NGOs?
I was not aware of that, totally aware of that, because medication is one of the issues, because a lot of times the severe and the profound intellectually challenged individuals are totally dependent on this medication. And when you skip some doses of this medication, from the mental health perspective, behavioral and emotional issues might surface.
Yes, and I agree with you on that aspect, Doctor. Now, you have made mention of a very interesting phrase. I don't know if it's a mantra or not, but what is not recorded is not done.
Yes.
Yes. Now, I take it that that forms the basis, amongst other things, for your findings of negligence in many of the opinions that you have expressed, correct?
I would stick to the amongst other things rather than say it's the basis. But even, I beg yours?
I'm saying not the only one. I'm not saying it's the only one. I'm saying
yes,
it's a factor that
I would concur with that. That with all the other factors noted, what is not recorded is not done. And for me is, if it's not there, I can say I have done it. But how do I prove then that I have done it?
You see, the problem with that reasoning, Doctor, is that by your own testimony, you worked on the basis of the evidence that was presented to you, correct? On the documents that were given to you. Now, if for some reason certain documents were omitted from the documents that were given, then you will never have had sight of those, correct?
I would concur with you. I would not know which documents was omitted. And if I did not have the documents, I would not have a sight on that.
Yes, and you conclude then that what has not been recorded has not been done, correct?
It was not in the records, therefore, that I have seen. I would concur with that.
Yes, and the records, you mean the documents that were presented to you to analyze, correct?
That is correct. The documents that was delivered to me to analyze.
Yes. So in that way, it will be very easy, Doctor, to influence your opinion. You agree?
You know, in some of the documents, if the question is that would influence my opinion, you see, when you go through the documents, there is some sporadic recordings with regards to all institutions, and that's the only information I had.
Did you catch the last part of
I cannot hear the last part of your sentence.
Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, we seem to have been experiencing a break in transmission because I also couldn't hear the doctor, the professor.
We are struggling to hear you. Maybe the problem is from your side. Can you hear me?
Again. And your ladyship also not visible on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, my lady.
You couldn't hear the witness.
Let me hang up and come back before the problem becomes.
But we can hear you now. We don't know whether it's going to recur.
As your ladyship pleases.
But maybe try to maybe just change. Otherwise, it comes again.
Yes, because this is the best position I can adopt, my lady, in the office. I think we are all back. Prof, as I was saying to you, and as I was putting this proposition to you, that because you only work on the documents that were supplied to you, it will then be easy to influence your opinion. You agree? Because if I only give you certain documents and omit certain, you are going to make that conclusion of yours that what was not recorded has not been done. You see where I'm going?
I can hear what you are saying. When I received the files, in my opinion, the files were relatively complete because I did not know there were documents omitted. Yes, but if I did not see a record, it would influence me to say that I did not. And in many occasions, I stated I did not see certain documents from Life Esidimeni. I did not see certain documents from the NPO. I did state it in the report as one of the challenges.
Yeah, no, we'll get to the reports in particular, Prof. For now, I just wanted you to understand the dilemma that I find myself in. Now, where you were able to realize that certain documents have not been provided, did you take any steps to establish whether the existence of those documents, perhaps they were omitted mistakenly, whether they existed or whether they do not exist at all?
I did have a contact with a police officer, and he delivered the whole file, everything he had in his ownership, or that was there at that time. Because this happened 2019, you also need to be aware of that.
No, I agree, Prof. I agree that it's a long time ago, relatively. But now, what you are telling me is the documents that influenced your opinion were the documents that were given to you by the police, correct?
The file that were given to me by the police.
Yes.
Files. Yes, correct.
Now, at that stage, were you aware whether the investigations were complete or not?
All investigations, what I was communicated is that this investigation is complete. We have all the reports. So could you go through the and give us an expert opinion? So in my receipt, that only the files where the investigations were complete came to me.
But that was from a perspective of an investigation, a criminal investigation by the police, correct?
I would not know which perspective that is. I did deal with the police, but they have said to me the investigation is complete.
Yeah, but we all know the function of the police, Ms.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
I accept if I have the communication, the police work with the NPA office. If I have the communication that please go through this file, the investigation is complete, I have to accept it as a person on the other side. I had no agendas or ulterior motive than to go through the file and provide an expert opinion.
No, Prof. I'm not suggesting for a moment that you would have an ulterior motive or an agenda. If it's coming across at that, please dispel it from your mind. I'm just trying to understand how this process unfolded, because I think it's critical to the investigation of the truth, so that you are not also being used by to push a certain narrative. Do you get what I'm saying?
I think that would be unethical for me to push any narrative, as my reports were really very neutral. I just want to put that on the table, and by no version I say that you're preempting that.
My lady, there's
Mr. Late.
Mr. Late.
My lady, this witness has now several times said that he worked with the documents that were given to him. I don't. If you ask the same question, just in another manner, every time you won't get a different answer. I would like Mr. Piklela just to move on from this.
Yes, my apologies. I'm dealing with something. Just a second for me. Mr. Piklela?
My lady, I'm ready to move on.
Please.
In the interest of time.
Yes. Just bear with me 1 minute.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Pihlala.
As your ladyship pleases. Without further ado, Prof, let's start with the report that you compiled in respect of Mr. Samson Tlapo. I think you can find it on page 5987 of the bundle.
Yes, I do have the report.
Page 597.
87, my lady, 87.
Page
5987. It's 5987 until 5990.
This is in respect of Ntlapo.
Yeah, Samson Ntlapo.
Just want to see, this is docket number. Yes, continue. I'll get it.
As your ladyship pleases. Prof, when you started compiling this report, how much time did you have?
I had about between the 6 reports that I compile, I had about 2 to 3 months.
Or 2 to 3 months?
Yes.
That is from the time you received the respective dockets to the time that you completed the report?
Yes, it came in 2 sessions. I think I received half of the files first, and then it was collected, and then the other half was dropped with me.
Okay. So you're saying 2 to 3 months, and that is in addition to your other duties, correct?
That is correct.
Were you perhaps excused from your regular work in order to concentrate on the reports, or you had to juggle your normal schedule?
I had to juggle my normal schedule.
Okay. If you go to page 5988,
yes, I'm there.
Be a paragraph there that is, and the paragraph would read under assessment. I think it's paragraph that falls under assessment. I don't know if the copy that I have is similar to the one that everybody has, but there is a paragraph there at the bottom. There is space in between, and then there is a paragraph there at the bottom. And it says that the deceased was a 40-year-old male at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, who at the later stage transferred / discharged to Siabadinga, which was allegedly operating illegally. He was known epileptic patient on treatment and also diagnosed with severe intellectual disability. Now, yes. Where did you get this information that Siabadinga was operating illegally?
In my recollection, I can just say that it might have been in the file that I received. been a note in the file.
You see, the worrisome part about it, you know, it's what I was discussing with you earlier, that it will be quite easy to influence your opinion, because in the reports that I believe are pertinent to the death of Mr. Nhlapo, that issue should not even be part of that. I mean, why is it put there? Why does it matter whether they were operating legally or not?
From my side, it would. I did not compile these reports by myself. So the best possibly people that could answer to that is the people that have compiled the files. So I'm possibly not the correct person to respond to that. And as a professional, it would be unethical if something that don't belong there is influencing me. But the functioning, the allegedly illegal functioning, has got bearing on the care. And that's why I would have noted it in the report.
Okay.
And I did not say it's functioning illegally. I say allegedly. So even if the note would say that it's illegal, I would still, because I have no proof. And that's why I put it the way I put.
Yeah, but we know that using allegedly doesn't really say much, because already it has influenced you. I mean, the fact that you have included it in your report, it says that you found it important. And
It's an
noteworthy.
important facet when it comes to care. I would concur with that, my lady.
Yes. Now, before, I want you to go to page 9665.
I am on page 9665.
Yes, it's a lease agreement between the Gauteng Department of Health, Kalin and Care Rehabilitation Center, represented by the Chief Executive Officer, MP Onyako, and Siabadinga Elderly and Disabled, represented by Ms. Noile Dayan. Now, this is a lease agreement. And between the Gauteng Department of Health. And so you are saying that somehow the Gauteng Department of Health entered into a lease agreement with an NGO that was
Mr.
operating
Pichela, you are
illegally on its
breaking.
premises.
I'm having some problems to hear you. Can you hear me properly?
My lady?
Can you hear me properly?
Your ladyship is breaking. Yeah, now I can hear you, my lady.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear,
Yes,
my
I
lady.
had problems because you were breaking.
Apologies. Apologies, my lady. Now, the question that I posed, Prof, was what your conclusions, what you are insinuating here in your report, in your opinion, is that on page 9665, the Gauteng Department of Health entered into a lease agreement with an NGO that was operating illegally. Is that what you are telling your ladyship?
I would have had a clear recollection if this was part of the pile that I received. And I have only drafted what I found in the report. I would like to sustain with that that would have been part and parcel of the report. Remember, I do not even know the NGOs, and whatever information that suffice that is in the file, I capture it, specifically if it has to do with care and management.
Yeah, but that's a reasonable and objective person dealing with facts that have been presented to them. If you are that side of this disagreement, it will obviously tell you that.
Mr. Pichela? Mr. Pichela?
My lady, ma'am, with the
Yes.
transmission, because I cannot see any one of you on the screen.
You can't see anyone.
So I'm just looking at a blank screen. No.
That is why you will have to leave the meeting and rejoin, please.
As your ladyship pleases. I'm leaving now. Scott pleases, my lady. May I resume?
Yes, continue.
Prof, I'm saying that as a reasonable and objective person, if you have that side of this document, obviously it tells you that there was a relationship, a contractual relationship between the Gauteng Department of Health and Siabadinga. Do you agree?
I would if I had sight of this document.
No, I'm putting it to you. Now you have had sight of the document.
Yes, there is a contract. I can see it.
Isn't it? I refer to page 9665. Yes.
The witness has
Now,
responded that
I thought I wanted to say, my lady, I thought I responded to it.
yes, Mr. Pichela, the witness has responded to say yes, you have referred him to the document. As you have referred him, he has seen the document.
Indeed, my lady. And I believe that has enabled him to give me the answer. I don't know if my ladyship did not capture the answer that he gave.
Come again?
But he did confirm. He did confirm what I put to him.
But I'm having a problem. Can the others hear Mr. Pichela? Or is it me alone so that I can also exit the meeting? Can the witness hear Mr. Pichela?
He is breaking numerous times, my lady.
I'm worried about the record.
My lady, the moment Mr. Pichela moves his head, he breaks up. If he sits still like sits now, we can hear him. But the moment he moves his head like this, he breaks up.
Mr. Pichela, we are going to have a problem with the record. It won't capture you.
This also always happens when it's my turn.
But it means something is wrong.
Yeah, but all the time I hear everybody fine and well. Anyway, my lady, let's push through so we can release the professor. Yes, Prof. My lady, can you hear me?
Just continue. I'll stop you if I don't hear you.
Prof, turn to page 5989, and that is general background of mental and physical assessment, paragraph 3, which continues to page 5989. Prof, are you there?
I am there indeed.
Now, this is confusing me because on the preceding page, we are talking of a 40-year-old male and for Siabadinga, but now we are talking of a 36-year-old patient. Can you clarify that for me, Prof? Is it in reference to the same person or?
Which, this is, my case line, it's so, I don't know what happened here. I can't locate my pages properly.
What 5988?
This is in respect of which deceased?
Mr. Nhlapo. We're still on Mr. Nhlapo.
Okay, this is docket number. All right, I'll get it quickly. 63, yeah. Something is not right. I'll have to rectify it. Yes.
So, just
5989. Thank you. 5989.
Yes. Yes, at the top of 5989, it seems like it's a continuation of paragraph 3. And now, can the witness maybe read it into the record, that paragraph?
The deceased was a 36-year-old patient at Reba Fenyi NGO, who was among the population that is discharged from Life Esidimeni. He was a known intellectual disabled patient with no specification on level of developmental disability, also diagnosed with diabetes mellitus on sliding scale.
Thank you, Professor. What I wanted to establish is what we've been referring to in the preceding paragraph, being a deceased who was a 40-year-old male at Kalinin Care and Rehabilitation Center. And this one who is 36-year-old patient at Rafi. Is it the same Mr. Ntapo or is this somebody else?
I think, I apologize, my lady. I think that was an oversight. It might be that paragraph might have landed there because I put all documents of Esidimeni in one file and I might have forgotten to delete this.
I think I saw this. If you compare, if you look at the two paragraphs, yeah, thank you, Mr. Pitlela. If you look at page 5998, right?
Yes.
Just before
5988, my lady.
5988. That is the paragraph before paragraph 3, the last paragraph. And you compare it with the first paragraph of 589, then there is a problem. So your response is that there could have been
an oversight from my side because I kept all documents in one file. So I do apologize for that, my lady.
No, that's fine, Prof. But
just
still
a second, Mr. Pitlela. Continue.
Yeah, because now, remember, Prof, I was dealing with Siabadinga NGO, which is my client in this matter. And that is on page 5988. But now it seems like I'm dealing with Reba Fenyi when I turn the next page, because going to paragraph 4, it repeats Reba.
Yeah, Mr. Pitlela, I'm worried.
It speaks of
Mr. Pitlela, I'm not going to allow you to proceed in this fashion because this is going to taint the record. You are going to have serious problems with the record. You need to make a plan. You can see where I'm seated. I'm seated almost on the side because my table is sitting different. But you have to look at your position.
My lady, I think he's having difficulties. I can't even see him sometimes, and he's breaking a lot.
That is the problem that I'm raising because I mean we're going to have serious problems with the record.
My lady, I've adjusted my position. I don't know if this is better.
You can try, but I'm going to stop you because I'm not going to allow you to do that. I don't know how you took your position. If you look at me, what I did, I don't know how your office is, but I've taken, I didn't sit straight instead. I've taken an angle so that I can be able to be audible enough and be able to make notes. So I don't know, you need to come up with a plan.
My lady, this is the position that I've been adopting since the start of these proceedings. Now today there is weather, there is load shedding, there is a lot of things going on. It cannot be imputed on me. I'm not in control of the network and what happens.
What does that suggest, Mr. Pitlela? If the court is not satisfied, the court has to, Mr. Pitlela, I mean, we cannot continue like this. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying make a plan. My concern is the record. And I don't understand why you now want to behave like this. I'm just saying to you, just make sure that you are audible enough because We have to hear what you're saying. So
My
for
lady,
you
this
to
is
become
also
emotional, I don't know
prejudicial.
what you want the court to expect.
Oh, my lady, what is
Yes, you seem to be
emotional?
now all over the place. I don't understand you now.
No, I'm just lamenting the fact that it's also affecting the flow of my thoughts. I mean, if I have to pause every time and deal
What are
with
we
some,
supposed to do? Do we leave you and then we don't capture you on record? What will be the
I
purpose of this?
apologize, my lady. I have adjusted my position. I don't know if this is better for the court.
I can hear you now, but you must remember that once I don't hear you, I'm going to stop you.
As court pleases, my lady. I will try. This will be my new position.
The problem is the way you move around a lot, and even Advocate Late indicated that no, you know, if you were sitting still, that would have been better. But now I don't know. I also have a lot of documents in front of me, but I'm not moving around. I don't know. Continue.
It's the nuances of my biological makeup.
Okay.
I can't sit.
My lady, could I just put an attention on this particular report, if you allow me? You'll see that, my lady, that on the date of birth is the 1st of the first month. That's on page 5988, is the 1st of the first month, 1980.
Yes.
And then the case details is 399 -07-06, and if you look on the top of the page, handwritten, the case number seemed to be 399-09-2016. So I'm not sure whether it would be an oversight of me, because the 36-year-old would it would be more to the 36-year-old if you looked at the date of birth. But then it seems it might be an oversight from my side, or it might be that the documents are loaded maybe just incorrectly on case line.
So we don't really have a proper report for Mr. Samson in Klapo, no? Because now we are talking of two people in the same report.
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, let's move on, Prof, so that we can save a bit of time. One thing that I wanted to note, Prof, is the date is the 8th of November 2019, and it doesn't seem like you have reached any conclusions, and that I will show you as we proceed along. I just wanted to make a mental note of that in this report there is no conclusion that was indicated. We're moving on to Mr. Tian Cross.
My lady, could I...
5865.
Just a second.
My lady, could I just ask that the office ascertain on the different reports that is submitted, maybe just to check what happened there?
Yeah, but the problem with that, Prof, is then everybody will need a copy of those reports, and will then have to need time for us to go through those reports, and so on and so on. So unless you are willing to continue with your testimony tomorrow as well, then that should not be a problem. We can do that tomorrow then.
Can I?
That is
Mr.
a suggestion that I'll put forward to the court.
Yes, Miss Marriott.
My lady, if we go to page 5922 on case lines.
Just a second, page.
5922.
I'm having a problem with my case line here.
But it's a statement of Nonhlanhla Sono, who indicates that this deceased, Mr. Nklapu, was at Riabafeni.
Was at Riabafeni?
Yes.
The statement of?
Sorry, my lady, I just want to go back.
I'm struggling with
Nonhlanhla Sono, page 5922.
My lady, I have an issue now.
Yes.
I have an issue because we have a witness under cross-examination. and he's testifying with regard to the accuracy of his report. I've laid the basis by indicating the fallibility of this witness in respect of the documents that he has received. Now, my learned colleague comes in and is guiding the witness into providing answers which he was unable to provide, and we've already moved on. I'm not going to be able to finish, unfortunately.
Ms. Marriott?
My lady, this is an inquest. The court, it's for the assistance of the court, and the witness already testified it might be an oversight and a mistake. So I'm just assisting the court to receive the correct information pertaining to the report.
Okay.
My lady, with all due respect to the evidence lead, I mean, this is an easy thing that they could have picked up and fixed it during their evidence in chief. It doesn't take rocket science to figure out that there are discrepancies.
Can we move? I think you had already moved on. The witness
And
has responded.
I want to be able to finish.
Mr. Pitlela, the witness has responded. The evidence leader has made a point. Can we move on?
Yes, court pleases, my lady. Page 5865, Prof. The report that you compiled in respect of Mr.
Can we hear Mr. Pitlela? I just heard the page. I don't hear him. 5685. 5865, my lady. Report compiled, I think it's Exhibit T6. Just give me the name of the deceased.
Tian, Tiaan Cross, Crause.
I think my case line, I'll have to, it's giving me some problems. Yes, you may proceed.
Yes. Now, when I looked at the report that you made regarding Mr. Nhlapo, I note that in this report, you are no longer highlighting the fact that Siabadinga NGO is operating illegally. What changed in your mind?
My lady, I worked with the information in a file. I do not know Siabadinga as an NPO, and I would not memorize over the 3 months which NPOs have I looked at. And if I receive information of alleged illegal functioning of an NPO, I would state it. So I dealt with each file that I received in a unique manner.
Would you regard that as a change of mind as alluded to by counsel?
No, not at all. I would regard that in dealing with the information which I have in front of me.
Okay. Proceed, Mr. Pitlela.
Were you aware that Siabadinga and Enka were operating on the premises of Kalinin Care and Rehabilitation Center?
I have no recollection of that. I only received files. I've never done an inspection in loco, so I would not be aware of that information.
Okay. And were you aware that in many instances, there was a symbiotic relationship between CCRC, Siabadinga, and Enka?
I would not be aware of such soft information.
What do you mean by soft information, Prof?
That is sacred information. I have never picked it up in any of the files.
But you said soft. I want you to define that soft for me.
Soft is personal information.
No,
I
this
think
is not
that
personal
information. Well, you're giving me that information and I have to accept it, so I take it as new information.
Yes. in paragraph 4, I think it's the 4th bullet. Health interactions and interventions post LE. Life Esidimeni in brackets, discharge. No? Are you on that paragraph? That's page 586.
Yes, page 5867.
Now here you say you cannot really distinguish the care, treatment, and rehabilitation of LE. I assume that is Life Esidimeni. And
yes.
CCRs. Since while the Life Esidimeni clinical reports are not provided, but from CCRT to Siabadinga appears as the provision of patient care drastically deteriorated. Now, that statement, I can't understand it. I've tried to reason with it, but I can't wrap my mind around it. Can you define it for me in simpler terms, what you are trying to say in that, on that?
This is the statement under which bulletin?
The last bullet, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. At the last one at the bottom there. There is a statement there which I can't really understand.
Yes, my problem was no, I can see it.
Okay, I would just like to explain if you read further, because that is not only the paragraph until deteriorated. I also substantiate and say this could all possibly be evidenced by the lack of nursing professionals empowered and equipped with necessary knowledge of how to care, treat and rehabilitate mentally ill patients admitted at Siabadinga. So one cannot just read the top part of the paragraph. So I have substantially elaborated, and underneath I've given the health team, which included one professional nurse that I could pick up in the file. So that is substantiated further on. So if you have read it as a holistic under that bullet on 5867, and then the first part before going to number 5, I have substantiated why I say that, because I could pick up less professional staff and it appears not to be equipped.
Yeah, the thing, Prof, is this. No? I've read the whole paragraph, as you have indicated. I've looked at what I believe you were told there were only care workers, social workers, and CCRC professional nurse at the time. No? Now, part of the problem with this type of statements that you made in your opinion, you don't give exact dates of which information you considered. You understand? And that is a bit of a problem, because I already have evidence that shows that there were 17 professional nurses that were assigned to Siabadinga at one time. And that testimony comes from one of the witnesses who came before you. So without knowing when or what dates, when this was determined, or which document in particular did you have sight of, it's quite difficult, Prof. You understand what I'm saying?
I can also put it, I concur with you, but I only work from the documents that I have received. And
we are added them on that, Prof. But then I'm saying the problem now is those documents, we don't really know which documents you are referring to and in what respects they were lacking, because you simply said you received documents, dockets from the police, and they told you to give an opinion. You understand? Hence, at the beginning, I indicated to you that is a bit of a problem, because it says that you can be given certain information and some might be omitted. I don't know if we understand each other, Prof.
My lady, may I intervene?
Yes, you may.
Just to shorten this, this cross-examination, the case dockets that were handed to the prof or the case dockets as they are loaded onto case lines. My learned friend can have a look at all those dockets. They are all on case lines. And if he needs evidence in that regard, which I think is not necessary because we are in an inquest, I can call the investigating officer and he will testify to that. That is the information that was given to the professor.
Is that another hand? Or was that Mr. Late's hand? If you lower, please lower your hand, Mr. Late. Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
If one had that information at the beginning. In any way, Prof, I am not trying to blame you for any of the information that you received or did not receive. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Prof, the reason I indicated that I could not understand the statement when I read it in totality and also when I read it in isolation is because at the beginning, and you'll confirm this if that is how or that is what you are trying to convey, you are saying LE clinical reports were not provided. Yeah? Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that.
Yes. So the reports that you had were from CCRC to Siabadinga, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now at least I've got a better understanding of this. Now, moving on to the next paragraph, questionable conduct. You remember
maybe,
those?
my lady, would you allow me to clarify it to
Please
our
clarify.
advocate?
Yes.
I think I've numerous times did I convey on the platform that certain documents were not received from Life Esidimeni. So I could not make a judgment whether the care was good or bad.
Yes.
But here to clarify is that the documents that I received that came from Siabadinga, I could, it appears to me that the care drastically deteriorated. So for me, and I put it clear previously that both parties are responsible for good health practice for the mental health care user. And in both parties, to me, as I would state here, just to make it clearer, there was a lack.
If you say both parties, who are you referring to?
That is the Life Esidimeni as well as the NPO sector.
Okay.
My lady.
Yes, Mr.
Apologies. I would just like the opportunity at the closure of Mr. Pishlela's cross-examination to put a question to the witness on the statement that he made now.
Okay, that's fine.
Your Ladyship pleases. Thank you.
Well, if I may proceed.
Yes, you may proceed.
Paragraph 5, you speak of questionable conduct. Now, when you testified earlier, and I quoted your favorite phrase, what is not done, what is not recorded is not done. I'm quite perturbed that you make no findings against CCRC, I mean against Life Esidimeni on the basis that you did not receive any records from them, like you do with the others. With the others, with the NPOs, you're saying because they didn't give me records, then I've made a finding of total healthcare neglect. But then in this instance, you're not making those type of findings against Life Esidimeni. Why is that, Prof?
What is the basis of this?
The basis, my lady,
is this report? Is this not the report where you said there was no finding?
My lady, I said there was no conclusion.
Yes, a conclusion, right?
Yes. Now, we are talking in terms of consistency here.
Yes, correct.
That to everywhere where the professor has not found documents that he felt that should have been made part of the bundle that was given to him. He made a finding, said what was not recorded was not done, and therefore total healthcare negligence. But in this instance, he has confirmed that he did not have documents from Life Esidimeni, but he has made no such condemnation. And I want to understand why that inconsistency in terms of his condemnation of the conduct of those that he deems to have acted negligently.
My lady, from my side, there is a difference between no documents were submitted and I had the records, but the recording was not there and it was insufficient.
Okay.
So what are you saying, Prof? Let's open that Pandora's box. What are you saying? Where you use that favorite phrase of yours, what do you mean exactly?
I focus on recording. Where that is not recording within the documents I received, it has not been done. Remember, if I have documents of Siabadinga, but they did not record the care that they have given meticulously, that is not done. But if there is no documents in the file of a particular institution, in the beginning of this testimony, you let in what I received and what I did not receive. I cannot have a conclusive finding if I did not receive any document.
Oh, wow. So what you are saying now is, Prof, what do you mean by that phrase? Because we still have other records that we're going to interrogate. So what you mean by that phrase now is that when you say what was not recorded was not done, it means you had records that were given to you, but when you perused those records, you could not find certain entries, and hence you deemed it to be that it was not done.
Yes.
Is that what you are saying now?
Yes, yes. When I have the record and there are no entries in that regard.
Can we avoid a dialogue, please? It's not going to be properly captured.
Yes,
I think the professor was still busy. Mr. Pitlela is also talking.
Apologies, Prof. Apologies for interrupting you while you were still testifying.
I think I got my message over, my lady,
okay,
that there's a difference because even our advocate has led me, my lady, that I might not have received certain documents. That was the core of the leading of the evidence.
Okay. Continue, Mr. Pitlela.
Okay. Paragraph 6. I just want to understand the context of this. You say limitation noted in reports perused. So I presume that what you mean is or maybe let me allow you to explain it to me or to this honorable court. When you say limitations noted in reports perused and the documents that you list there under, what are those documents that you have seen or not seen, received, not received? What is happening there?
My lady, to explain to the court is admission report. And just to come back that if no admission report, for example, is received from Life Esidimeni, care in the next institution might be compromised. So that's the admission report. A clinical report is the detail of the clinical picture, the clinical profile, that is the physical as well as the mental state. Then medical prescription, there's the scripts speak for itself, and rehabilitation activities or rehabilitating activities that shows on what rehabilitation could be done or was done with the mental health care user.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand, Prof, it's the heading. The documents that you are listing under that heading are the documents which you have had sight of, or are there documents that you felt should have been included but were not included? That's what I wanted to understand.
It's reports that I felt that should have been included.
Also, that were not included in the documents that
or
you
half
showed.
of the information was there. It's either incomplete or it's not included. That's why it's a limitation. It's either incomplete or not there at all. That's why it's called a limitation.
Just a second. You say these are documents which were either received and were not sufficient or were inadequate?
Yeah, inadequate, or it's not there at all.
Okay. Continue,
But
Mr. Pichel.
that is lending a lot of confusion now, Prof, because how is one reading your report supposed to know whether the information is there, you've seen it or haven't seen it, if you don't indicate as such?
Mr. Pichel, I'm not sure if
My
I
lady?
understand you now.
No, my lady, what I'm trying to understand is, Prof is saying admission, all these documents under this particular paragraph, it could either mean that those documents were perused and found to be insufficient, or it could also mean that they were not received at all. Now, that is not very helpful.
Come again?
I'm saying that is not very helpful. Because now I don't know whether it's because of certain documents that were not submitted from Siabadinga that he makes a negative finding, or whether there were no documents submitted at all.
But you can take the matter up with him, isn't it?
I'm trying to, my lady.
I don't know how I can assist, because the way I understand his evidence is that what he has stated under this paragraph,
yes,
right? I think you captured it also, is that all what he has mentioned from paragraphs 6.1 to 6.4 is the information that has been received, which he had found to be inadequate, or the information was not received. That's how I understand it. I don't know if you want to take it further, you can do that.
Yes, my lady. Hence, I'm saying it's confusing me, because now I don't know whether the honorable professor has received clinical reports which he found to be insufficient, or he did not receive any clinical reports from Siabadinga, or whether he received medical prescriptions or did not receive all the medical prescriptions. So now it's like we are in the middle.
My lady, could I just say?
Please go ahead, Prof.
Sorry, my lady, I have been asked that what does the word limitation noted means? And the correct statement that is captured by both of you, my lady and advocate, is what I said.
So this
it's
is
either or.
Yes.
Let's call please, my lady.
Okay.
Let's, if we can just move on. And I also note that in the next paragraph, paragraph 7,
paragraph 7 now.
No, I mean, after paragraph 7, there is no conclusion that has been noted. There is no paragraph where you've noted a conclusion.
Yes.
You agree with me, Prof? There's no section dealing with conclusions.
My lady, I can just say that some reports, when you look at the alleged health professional misconduct, it constitutes the conclusion.
Okay, so in this one, what are you saying?
in this, I say that probably that it might have been due to complications of the epileptic attack. That whole, what the post-mortem report reveals, that the above mentioned patient's death was due to aspiration, and on that one can either include nor exclude the probability that it might have been due to the complication of the epileptic attack. So I do not necessarily ascribe it to the level of care, but what have caused the death might be what the post-mortem report has said.
Thank you, Prof. Just another mental note.
Just before you move, I just want to understand, Prof. So this is your conclusion?
Yes, but in the report, I note the compromised care.
Okay.
But when it comes to, I cannot pinpoint any outstanding professional misconduct, except that care was compromised.
And you agree that could be to those factors that we interrogated at the beginning?
I think you should repeat it to me. I would not like to assume the beginning factors.
As it pleases, Prof. I'm saying, you remember we made mention of the problems that were being encountered with the running of the project. The lack of medication, insufficient staffing.
I recall now. Yes. I would concur that some of the factors would be ascribed to that.
Thank you, Prof. Let's move on to Mr. Gumede, Joseph Gumede. Page 3913, my lady.
Yes.
Here, I just want to put a version to you, and that is my client's version, that at Anchor, they had a working relationship with CCRC. They were using their, at the start of the project, they were using the facilities, some of the facilities at CCRC, and that included a glucose testing machine.
I do hear your client's version.
Yes.
What is the question?
My lady, I'm putting a version to the witness that my client says that at the start of this project, because they did not have their own facilities, they were using the glucose machines that were already there from CCRC. And that whenever there was a need for a patient to receive emergency or immediate care, they would refer them to the CCRC clinic or to Kalafong or to another hospital. That is the version that I'm putting to you, Prof.
I have noted the version.
Yes. Maybe you can just assist me for, at the end, I see that you normally include the date and your qualifications at the end of each one of your opinions. But on this one, I've tried to look at page 3916, but 3916, I think it has something, it's where the docket entry start or something. So this document seems to be incomplete. I just wanted to know when it was done or completed.
I think if you look clearly, the signature has faded away. It's rather a scanning problem than the document, I mean the particulars not being there.
No, Prof. I'm not suggesting that they are not there. I'm just asking for your assistance. Maybe you recall when this was done, and you can just give me that date, because those dates are important.
I do not have a clear recollection of when this was done. I will have to ask the office to go back to the detail.
Court, this is my lady. Let's move on to Mr. Ngondwane, Aaron Ngondwane.
Yes.
That is page 6166, my lady. Exhibit T2. With regard to Mr. Ngondwane, I just want to put something to you that I see in paragraph 6168, you mention the name of my client. That's page 6168, my lady, paragraph 4, bullet number 3.
Just a second. I'm still getting there. Ngondwane. Page
6168, my lady, is where I'm referring the professor to.
To which on page 68?
6168, my lady.
Oh, 6168. Okay, that's fine.
Yes. That's paragraph 4, bullet number 3.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something with the professor, because I see he's making reference to my client in that paragraph.
Yes, continue.
Under admission report,
okay, I'm there. Continue.
Yes. What I'm going to put to you, Prof, is that Anchor was taken over by CCRC in November of 2016.
Yes, that's new information to me.
Yes, and so this date where the deceased died of the 6th of February 2017, it was long after Anchor had already ceased operations.
That would be new information to me, yes.
Yes, and the reason why maybe you see the affidavit of Dorothy Franks is because she was one of those that were employed at Anchor. She was the one who was more like a manager of Anchor. Maybe that is why you made mention of the name.
Yes, I think the sentence also say that I noted an affidavit, but I did not know the professional role. So now you give me the information that she was the manager.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that aspect. With regard to Mr. Ngondwane, Anchor had already ceased operations in November.
Information then noted.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Mr. Decker, Franz Decker. Mr. Decker, your opinion can be found on page 4799.
I am on page 4799.
My lady, I don't know if this would be significant or not, but it appears that when we took the opinions, because I see one here it's marked N4. I don't know if maybe it's me having missed the plot or what, because this opinion on the bundle that I have is marked N4, but I think it's T3 on the other on the opinions. So I don't know if that maybe I'm
What is the problem, Mr. Pichel?
No, my lady. I was just noting that the document that I have, I've marked it N4, but then these opinions, when they were admitted into evidence, we marked them T1, T2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that also included the opinion of Mr. Decker. So, because I think we have already dealt with Mr. Degger before.
Yes. I don't understand because remember
for
the issue of the numbering of the exhibits was raised by Mr. Pinar, SC. Then I dealt with it. So maybe
N4, because on mine it's marked N4, but it's also marked T3. N4, November 4, but it's also marked T3.
You also marked it C3 yourself.
My lady, when the documents were being admitted,
yes,
I think Ms. Marriott was the one leading at the time. I think it was admitted as T3, but
yes,
I've noted that because we have dealt with Mr. Degger before, somehow I'd marked it N4, so I don't know if.
So you want me to go back again?
No, I was just checking if maybe N4, we haven't marked it already into
No, we have
evidence.
marked all of them. And that is why I'm saying, remember, Mr. Pinar raised the issue and then I dealt with it. So maybe it's one will have to correct you, but I didn't mark them on my notes, on my the documents. It's in my my book where I'm writing notes. So
yes.
My lady, none of the witnesses' reports had been handed in previously. So it must be a mistake on Mr. Pichela's side. So.
Which report is he talking about?
The opinion.
Come again?
The opinion, my lady. So I'm just going to cancel this because it's going to
the opinion of Professor Pinar.
Yes, Professor Pinar, yes.
I think there have been Miss Marriott. Have you not handed them in?
Yes, my lady, but N4 was pertaining to Frans Dekker, but that was the opinion of the pathologist on page 4806 to 4808. That's marked N4.
Okay,
no,
thank you very much.
I'm indebted to Miss Marriott.
Can we continue, Mr. Pichel?
Yes, my lady. Mr. Prof.
Yes.
With reference to Mr. Dekker, we have already traversed the issue of bed sores and how they can form or not form and whatever. But there's just one aspect that I wanted to converse with you from a clinician's point of view. Now, I've looked into some of the medication that he was on. And I found certain things that were quite concerning. Are you familiar with the Stevens-Johnson syndrome?
I can recollect it fine in my mind, but I would not have any detailed signs and symptoms to you if you would ask me that now. But I can always find the detail for you. But I would like to hear from your side.
Yes, I didn't mean to take you back to the theoretical aspect of things. It's just something that I picked up and which was a bit of a concern.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the evidence that is already on record was that Mr. Dekker was very sick, in fact. Even when he was admitted to Tsepong, they had noted that he had dotted marks all over his body.
Mm-hmm.
You'll follow me so far, Prof.
I hear you, yes.
Yes. Now, the one thing that I did not see in your report with reference to the treatment that he had previously received, and that is for bed sores. And I just want to take you there because I think you've also had sight of the pathologist report by Dr. Makova, correct? And on the face of that report, that is on page, just so that I can be fair to you, Prof. It's page 4806.
I am on page 4806.
Yes, you'll note in paragraph 2B that the good doctor has recorded 2 consultations or 2 incidents of medical interventions for bed sores that were held at Kalafong on the 6th of October 2016 and the 9th of October 2016. And these dates, I do not see them anywhere in the reports, in your report. Is it because you did not regard them as significant, or maybe just an oversight?
My lady, is not an oversight. When something appears in another expert's report, it's not necessary that I quote it in my report, but I then look at the oversight or how does it influence the care and management of the patient. So it might be implicitly stated, but yes, it's not explicitly stated because I thought that the pathologist is the best person to talk to that.
Yes, but the pathologist, when questioned about this, he deferred to a clinician. So hence you are here and we are using this opportunity. Look, I'm going to put
my
this
lady,
through.
maybe before I misunderstood again, I am a mental health care expert. I talk with regards to bed sores because I'm also a nurse, and practically I should understand certain challenges and issues around bed sores.
Yes, and I respect that, Prof, and hence I need your help on this question. I need you to assist me here. It seems, given the history, the treatment history of Mr. Decker, that on the 6th of October 2016, he was taken from Tsepong to Kalafong for the treatment of bed sores. Now, if you look at the timeline between the time when he was eventually admitted, it's a very short period because it's only a period of 10 days. From the 6th to the 19th, it's a very short period of time. Do you agree, Prof?
I would agree with that. It's about 13 days.
Yes, and now what concerns me with regard to Mr. Decker is why would he not have been admitted on the 6th of October 2016 when he was seen to be ill at Tsepong and taken to a hospital for medical attention? But somehow that's concerning to me. Don't you find that significant, Prof?
You know, because I think the only person that really could answer that is the people of Tsepong Hospital. 13 days, although it seems a short time, there can be deterioration in the progress of the patient, or the patient might have deteriorated. So the best person to answer that question for bed sores, why the person was not admitted on the 6th or the 9th, would be the healthcare professionals at Tsepong who attended to them, because there might have been
actually
other
Kalafong Hospital,
at
Prof.
Kalafong. Yeah, you are
Yes.
right, Kalafong, who
Yes.
attended to them. And
Yes.
I would be in no space because to answer, but I do agree with you that one would ask that question, but the answer I would not have.
And you'll also agree with me, Prof, that this grade 4 bed sores were very serious. It's the highest grade of severity in terms of bed sores.
It is a very serious state of bed sores.
Yes. And it appears that on when Mr. Decker was admitted, it seemed that his condition had deteriorated to an extent where it was now necessary to do the debridement operation. Do you agree, Prof?
I agree with you. I yesterday already said that that is the sort of last line of treatment of bed sores to do a debridement.
Now, with regard to this debridement, I take it's a very invasive kind of procedure. Correct, Prof?
I'm not a surgeon. A surgeon is the best person to answer to that question. But to my knowledge as a nurse, is the removement of necrotic skin and material, and also removement of the slough out of the wound. But the best person to answer to that would be a surgeon who normally does a debridement.
You know, this condition of bed sores, it also mimics another condition called toxic epidermal necrolysis. Are you familiar with it? I think it's abbreviated as TEN. Toxic epidermal necrolysis.
Although I've heard the name, I'm not deeply familiar, but I think if you would like to ask more detail, I think the health professional at Colophon or the pathologist would have been the best person to answer that.
Yes,
because it is diagnosed still as grade 4 decubitus ulcers, which means it still remained in the bed sore category.
Yes, because this condition is listed as one of the side effects for the use of carbamazepine. Yeah, carbamazepine something. I think it's listed as one of the side effects of the use of this medication. And that is where I got all this information from, because the side effect of the use of carbamazepine is also what looks like toxic epidermal necrolysis, which causes severe damage to the skin and internal organs, and which is also treated through incidentally debridement, and it looks like second-degree burns. So I was just thinking out loud and maybe hoping you would assist me in that regard, Prof.
Yes, I can hear that, but I would not like to comment on that since it's really not my specialty.
That is fine, Prof. I think we can move on from that, unless Ms. Marriott wants to say something.
Are you still having questions? I see it's now a few minutes before 4 o'clock. Ms. Marriott, did you want to say something?
Thank you, my lady. The witness already indicated that he's not an expert in this field.
But my lady, objecting when we've already passed on the question, it's just eating time, because now I have 9 minutes to complete my
I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Michel. I'm just going to ask for 1 second. I'll be back just a...
Let's court please, my lady.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Pitlela.
Escort, please, my lady. Now, what concerns me, Prof, here, it says to me that on the 14th of July 2016, the Gauteng Department of Health knew of all these problems that were being experienced by the NPOs, but they did nothing. Don't you find that significant, Prof? Because if they did an audit on the 14th of July and they make all these negative findings in this report, then they have the option to shut down the operations immediately and therefore save lives. But they did nothing, none of that.
I think that would be an unfair question put to me.
Just a second, Prof. Mr. Lead.
With all due respect, my lady, this professor was called to give his nursing expertise regarding a few specific deceased. That question by Mr. Pitlela is something that he can argue at the end of the case, or ask people that are responsible for the whole project. The professor wasn't involved in the project at all.
Thank you.
Really, my little friend is wasting time.
Mr. Pitlela, please.
My lady, the professor has experience on how the medical industry works and how important it is to make interventions as early as possible. We are talking here of the potential incident that could have saved many lives. And he can give an opinion. Or when he presented with information of this nature. Remember, my lady, the professor has already made findings to the effect that
I've noted you.
Certain things were not being done, and they might have contributed ultimately to total healthcare collapse or whatever, however he puts it. So I'm simply putting it that way, and whatever answer that he gives, it's acceptable and we can move on from it. If he says, I don't know, and he has already answered, he's already said.
No. Mr. Lead.
But there are a lot of other experts. For instance, Professor Talatala, who's coming to testify tomorrow.
Yes.
Who have much more intricate knowledge of what happened here, who can assist the court than this witness who has only limited involvement in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela? The question is
My
not...
lady, I don't intend to persist with the question.
Can we proceed?
Yes. The last report that I want us to go through is that of Charity Ratoto. It's page 6369.
It's already 4 o'clock. I see you are going to keep us beyond 4 o'clock.
No, lady, I'm almost done. Just a few questions from
you
this.
You keep on saying you are done, and I don't want to rush you, but you must just ask what is relevant, and then we.
Mr. Lead,
the page number. Charity so will be.
6369.
Come again?
6369.
6369. That will be.
Mr. Late's hand is up. I don't know if he's objecting again or what's happening there.
Okay, it's fine. I'll deal. I'll be with him now.
Yes, my lady. Prof.
Yes.
Mr. Late, did you want to say? Did you want to say something?
No, my lady, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Prof.
Yes, I'm here.
You indicate with regard to no, in fact, what I wanted to put to your Prof here is that when Mr. Ratot was transferred, it seems that his name got lost along the way. Do you agree?
That's what I noted yesterday. It became unknown.
Yes, and obviously this would have negatively affected the treatment associated with this condition. Do you agree?
I concur with that.
Then, my lady, that concludes my question.
Just before you conclude, there was a, if I may, Shabangu tried to refer to a statement by one of, I don't know, a statement where whether that person was an employee at CCRC, whose statement was to the effect that Mr. Ratsotso was identified at the time of the transfer. I think, was it from CCRC to Anchor, Mr. Shabangu?
As a context, my lady.
But it didn't come well. I think he wanted to.
Yes, my lady, it was from CCRC to Anchor. That is on page 6365.
6365, yeah. And it was paragraph 2, I think. Yes, the statement of Hilda Mushi Bichan Kwete.
Indeed, so much.
I don't know whether, if you can just look at this paragraph.
6365, my lady.
Yes, you can look at paragraph 2 and maybe you can conclude on that one. Because all what this person is saying is that Mr. Rasoto was identified.
My lady, what I can say in that regard is that.
Come again?
I was just trying to look for an affidavit that I saw from my client. Now, we are talking here from when Mr. Ratoto went to hospital for treatment.
Okay.
Yes. Because according to the testimony that is going to be presented, I think there is testimony from one lady, the sister, Miss Nono Joan Madite.
Yes.
Who indicates that when Mr. Ratuto was transferred from CCRC to Anchor. The family was not notified. In fact, for a
Yes.
long time, they could not locate Mr. Ratuto.
I think that was the evidence that we also had on record, I think.
Yes. So, with regard to what that witness is testifying to, I'll have to take instructions, but for now, I would say it does not accord with my instructions.
Okay, no, that's fine. You can leave it. That's fine. Does that end your cross-examination of the witness?
Yes, your leadership, please, my lady.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Prof.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Van Bergen had an issue. And before I go to Mr. Van Bergen, can I find out, Mr. Pinar? Remember, you have since reserved your cross-examination. Do you still have questions? Remember, this witness won't be available tomorrow.
May it please the court, my lady, I do, unfortunately, my lady.
You have questions?
Yes, my lady. I will not be able to finish with the witness, Professor Pinar, this afternoon. And I would request that my cross-examination, I would request that my cross-examination then stands until Professor Pinar is available, my lady.
Okay, we will deal with that. Can I give Mr. Van Bergen the chance?
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Professor Pinar, would you please turn to page 5867? That is your opinion in respect of the deceased Tian Krause.
I am on page 5867.
If you look at the last paragraph on that page with the heading Health Interactions and Interventions Post-Life Esidimeni Discharge, you will recall that my learned friend, Mr. Pihlela, debated this paragraph with you at some length.
Yes.
Now, there are two aspects I want to address. The first is a point of clarity. You say one cannot really distinguish the care, treatment, and rehabilitation of life Esidimeni and CCRC, since, well, the life Esidimeni clinical reports are not provided. But from CCRC to Siabadinga appears as the provision of patient care drastically deteriorated. Now, just to get clarity, are you saying in that sentence that care deteriorated or is alleged to have deteriorated between life Esidimeni and CCRC and Siabadinga, or that care deteriorated between CCRC and Siabadinga?
I think I already alluded to it that I had no records of life Esidimeni, so I cannot make a judgment.
So
therefore, I could see the care from CCRC to Siabadinga.
So that is where you say the deterioration is alleged to have occurred?
Alleged to have occurred, yes.
Between those two entities. Now, the second aspect I want to raise with you is you testified, and I'm paraphrasing what you said, but you expressed criticism and you referred to both. You were then asked to identify which entities you were referring to with reference to both. And you said life Esidimeni and Siabadinga. Was that a slip of the tongue on your part? Or are you saying that life Esidimeni had to be criticized for its care?
What I've said, and I would possibly clarify it now, is that when I did not see the information. And remember, we went through a discharge report of life Esidimeni, and the psychosocial and mental health part was not there.
Professor,
so I would criticize.
Tian, my apologies. We're not dealing with that case. We're dealing with this case, Tian Krause. Will you please stick to the case that we are dealing with?
I would say that if I saw no discharge report or a report completed by Life Esidimeni, I find that challenging. I would criticize the holistic care of Life Esidimeni, and I would sustain with that.
I see. So in this instance, because you couldn't find a discharge report of Life Esidimeni, you tar it with the brush of having rendered substandard care.
I would say that if the care is not communicated, the care might have been challenged, because in order to have a discharge report, you can determine the future care when you hand over. And if it's not there, it compromised the future care. And that's what I'm saying.
Professor, you testified that you had sight of all the documents in the docket, and Mr. Late confirmed that the documents that we have on case lines are those that were in your docket. I assume you accept that assurance by Mr. Late.
Yes.
Would you please turn to page 5201? Do you have it, Professor?
Yes, I am on the report.
You'll see there's a covering page. It says Krause, Tian, and then the registration number, date of birth. These are the records of CCRC. Do you accept that?
I'm just paging through. Yes, I see that this is the clinical records of CCRC.
Yes. Now go back to page 5201 and look at the admission date, please. Do you see that Mr. Krause was admitted to CCRC on 9 March 1994?
I'm just closing. That's something that happens in my computer. But I would believe you, 1994?
Yes. He had never been at Life Esidimeni. He had been at CCRC from 1994.
That I note. Thank you.
Yes, Professor, you should have noted that at the time you prepared your report, and more specifically, you should have noted it before expressing unfounded criticism of Life Esidimeni in a case where it wasn't even involved. Do you agree?
I agree with that, and I would like to say that possibly in the context of that question, I have clarified myself, but I concur with you.
Well, Professor, the fact is you expressed a negative opinion about Life Esidimeni in circumstances where it had not even been involved. That is unconscionable on the part of an expert witness.
My lady, that is not true. I think that I have expressed.
Mr. Pina, Mr. Late.
My lady, the witness, we are now clear what happened. I find that Mr. Van Bergen is quite in an arguing mood today. He can, with all due respect, argue these points at the end of the case, but to sit here and waste all our time in arguing with this witness about something that is clear and on record is of no use, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, the point is, Professor Pienaar is here as an expert witness. A high standard of evidence is required of expert witnesses. That standard has not been met by Professor Pienaar, and that is the point that I wish to make. And I think that Professor Pienaar should accept.
I agree to that, my lady. We are clear on that he made a very fatal mistake. But to argue with him about that and admonish him about that, it's not the place for Mr. Van Bergen to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen. You have made your point. Can we pass this?
Thank you, my lady. Those are the issues that I wish to address.
Thank you very much. What are we going to do? I see Mr. Pienaar says he has got questions in cross-examination of this witness, and you have said the witness is not available. Mr. Late?
My lady?
Yes, I just want to find out.
I don't know, Mr. Nothing more has come from the testimony since Mr. Pienaar's opportunity to cross-examine. He appears for Dorothy's friends. We must ascertain from the witness when and if he may be available tomorrow. But he told me we arranged for him for 2 days.
That's why I'm asking you, because I know that tomorrow you have already made arrangements for tomorrow.
But Dr. Talatala is also for 2 days. If Mr. Pienaar can just indicate how long he will be, because he appears for Dorothy's friends, and the witness hasn't said much about
for Hannah Jo. Is it not for Hannah Jose Jacobs? Jacob was. Yes.
Yes. Sorry for
Dorothy friend.
Sorry, I made a mistake for Hannah Jacobs.
Yes.
And the witness is nowhere involved with Hannah Jacobs. So I don't know what questions Mr. Pienaar will have, because she was not involved in any of the deaths that the witness testified about.
Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady. It's not for Mr. Late, with all due respect, to endeavour to preempt my cross-examination, and what I have a specific purpose in mind, my lady, with the cross-examination that I intend to conduct with Professor Pienaar. And it does not just relate, my lady, with all due respect to Mr. Late, to the death of the people who have already been referred to. That's not the only issue.
Yes, but why I've asked you to respond? I'm looking at, isn't it, we want to check the availability. So Mr. Late is raising a point to say, if you can indicate to the court, how long will that take so that we can check as to?
My lady, I appreciate that, my lady, but as your ladyship is well aware, it often depends on the nature of the answers that are elicited in cross-examination. So,
but at least you can give us, are you going to need the whole day? You can give us an indication?
No, sorry, my lady. I was
is that going to be half a day? What is it going? If you just give an estimation, so that we can be able to allow ask Mr. Late to arrange with the witness.
My lady, I wanted to get to that point, but as the course pleases, my lady, I do not foresee it being. If we commence at 10 o'clock trust, I should be finished by 11:30. I think will be sufficient time, my lady.
Mr. Late?
I should be finished by 12 o'clock, sorry, my lady, if we can commence at 10 o'clock. I'm looking at 2 to 3 hours, my lady, depending on the answers that are elicited.
As the court pleases, my lady, I don't appreciate the aggressiveness with which Mr. Pienaar addresses my complaint. It was decided on the meeting, and it was decided by this court, that every person who wants to ask questions must give a framework of his questions.
Just before just a second, before you proceed, to excuse the witness, because it's now after 4, and then maybe we can deal with this while the witness has, you will have to communicate with this witness in case the witness is available. In case the court agrees that Mr. Pienaar can continue with the cross-examination of the witness. Mr. Professor Pienaar, thank you very much for your evidence. I'm going to excuse you for now. In case you are needed or there's a necessity for you to be recalled for further cross-examination, that can be arranged. Because I didn't check with you whether you have got any re-examination, the evidence leaders, or what do you call, sort of a re-examination, but you normally don't have that. Okay, that's fine. The witness is excused for now. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are excused. Yes, Mr. Late, you may proceed.
Yes, as the court is, it was decided, and the court managed it well since our meeting, that the people must give a framework of their questions and also must indicate to this court where are they going with the questions. That is to eliminate the fishing expeditions which you had since the beginning of this matter. Now, and it was also decided that people must keep as far as possible to their clients and not go on a fishing expedition for everybody involved in this inquest. Now, yes. Mr. Pienaar very aggressively attacked my question, why does he want to cross-examine his witness, because his witness didn't even refer to his client, and very shortly referred to the manner in which the Department of Health dealt with it. So Mr. Pienaar cannot criticize me because I asked for what was decided by this court, the manner in which this matter should be dealt with further on.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to the sensitivities of Mr. Late, but I am inclined, I grant that, to talk loudly, but my lady, nonetheless, it was not being disrespectful towards Mr. Late, but Mr. Late's statement carries with it the innuendo. As is indicated now, I want to cross-examine because he does not understand. My client is not his client. I have to serve her interests to the best of my abilities, my lady. And to the fact that I do not spell out by means of the alphabet, that's what I'm working towards. But we must keep in mind, with all due respect, my lady, at the end of the day, we must present arguments to this honourable court and submissions have to be made. And the cross-examination is aimed not at today or tomorrow, my lady, with all due respect. It's aimed at the future. I do not want to land in a situation where it's then said, but you had the opportunity to cross-examine and you never made use of that opportunity in this regard. So now it's becoming speculative. My lady, my submission. So therefore, my lady, with all due respect, that is the point I wanted to bring home. And I did not, unless I'm completely mistaken, my lady, interpret the directions given by your ladyship and handed down by your ladyship with regard to cross-examination as being a rule cast in stone that we are bound, every councillor is bound to proceed with cross-examination in a manner, and I'm saying this with all due respect, that suits Mr. Late at this stage of the proceedings.
We shouldn't do that, Mr. Pinar.
Okay.
I don't think we should avoid saying things like that. I mean, the directive is clear. You are the people who are making inputs. Certain things I don't want us to say them on record. Remember, this was as a result of an effective case management meeting. We know as to how we agreed to proceed in these proceedings. And one wouldn't criticize Mr. Late for what he has said. I mean, now to come and say, I mean, no, I don't. You shouldn't even go there. At the end of the day, it is true that we have agreed that cross-examination is not a matter of right, and you are the person who came up with the idea, isn't it?
Milady, with all due respect, but that is still subject to the qualification, milady,
yes,
that if a party deems an issue of importance and is of the the opinion justifies cross-examination, milady.
Yes,
I submit, and that's my submission, milady.
Yes.
And I'm not on a fishing expedition, milady.
What you should do is just to satisfy the court as to on which aspects do you want to cross-examine the witness. Then we check the availability of the witness. Then we proceed. That's it. I don't want us to be sitting here. Arrangements will be made in case you want to, isn't it, to cross-examine the witness, but you'll need to explain to the court as to which issues you would like to converse with the witness so that we can proceed from that angle. As of now, we